Sekali lagi selamat, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yang terhormat Ketua Umum ADRI Dr. Haji Ahmad Fatoni Rodi, MPD, Sekjen ADRI Profesor Dr. Sarimanah MPD, seluruh jajaran pengurus ADRI, segenap para pakar, para ahli, para guru besar, para dosen, baik di perguruan tinggi negeri, swasta, di seluruh Indonesia yang mengikuti kegiatan ini. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Izinkan saya mengucapkan selamat atas terselenggaranya Musyawarah Kerja Nasional ketiga dan Konferensi Internasional ke-27 untuk ADRI. Teruslah menjadi lembaga yang mengayomi, melindungi, dan juga memperjuangkan bagaimana dosen terus bisa berkiprah dalam profesinya yang amat mulia ini. Dan semoga ADRI terus bisa melakukan terobosan-terobosan, inovasi sehingga roda organisasi terus bergerak dengan penuh kreativitas, dengan penuh terobosan. Ilmunya berkembang sesuai dengan kompetensinya masing-masing dan memberikan kesempatan kepada pribadi-pribadi yang aktif dalam organisasi untuk terus berkontribusi bagi kemajuan, baik kemajuan perguruan tinggi, kemajuan masyarakat, kemajuan ilmu pengetahuan. Sekali lagi selamat, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, Rahayu. Yang terhormat Ketua Umum Adri, Bapak Ahmad Fatoni Rodli. Yang terhormat pengurus pusat, pengurus wilayah, dan anggota Adri. Yang terhormat para pembicara kunci Konferensi Internasional Adri ke-27, serta Ibu Bapak ahli dan dosen partisipan konferensi yang berbahagia. Setelah bersama-sama menghadapi pandemi global yang mengubah cara kita bekerja dan cara peserta didik belajar, kini tiba waktunya untuk kembali bangkit dan pulih secara berangsur-angsur. Sepanjang 1 tahun terakhir kita menyadari bahwa semakin meningkatnya dependensi kita terhadap teknologi dan digitalisasi. Mahasiswa dan dosen melakukan proses belajar mengajar di rumah dan bertemu dalam ruang virtual. Dan seiringnya berjalan waktu, terlepas dari segala kemudahan yang ditawarkan oleh belajar dari rumah, kita menyadari tidak ada yang bisa menggantikan pertemuan tatap muka, dosen dan mahasiswa, diskusi yang hidup di dalam kelas, serta interaksi langsung di antara sesama pengajar dan mahasiswa. Oleh karena itu, segala kemungkinan dan ketidakmungkinan yang telah kita hadapi perlu dijadikan pembelajaran dan landasan untuk membangun hari-hari mendatang yang akan kita hadapi. Ibu dan Bapak yang saya hormati, transformasi sistem pendidikan tinggi Indonesia kami upayakan melalui program Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka. Dirancang dari gagasan Link and Match, yakni menghubungkan perguruan tinggi, mahasiswa, alumni, dan dosen dengan masa depan melalui kolaborasi institusi pendidikan dengan dunia usaha, dunia industri atau DUDI, dan juga ekosistem lainnya. Mahasiswa diberikan kebebasan mengeksplorasi pengetahuan dan kemampuannya di luar gedung kampus, dengan melakukan magang di industri atau tempat kerja lainnya, melaksanakan proyek pengabdian kepada masyarakat di desa, mengajar di satuan pendidikan, mengikuti pertukaran mahasiswa, melakukan penelitian, melakukan kegiatan kewirausahaan, membuat studi atau proyek independen, dan mengikuti program kemanusiaan. Dalam pelaksanaan ini kami memanfaatkan teknologi digitalisasi data untuk mendukung lebih lanjut kolaborasi perguruan tinggi dengan Dudi. Pada Desember lalu kami melakukan perubahan struktur data PD Dikti dalam rangka mengakomodir kebijakan Kampus Merdeka. Kemudian, masih dalam upaya peningkatan mutu sistem, institusi, dan SDM pendidikan tinggi, Kemendikbud melalui Dirjen Dikti merilis 3 aplikasi. Sistem pelacakan secara mandiri penilaian angka kredit atau selancar PHK, dashboard indikator kinerja utama PTN, dan command center. Selancar PHK dirancang untuk memudahkan dosen melacak proses pengajuan kenaikan pangkatnya secara transparan dan real time. Aplikasi yang kedua, dashboard IKU PTN, akan membantu peningkatan kualitas perguruan tinggi negeri yang dinilai berdasarkan capaian indikator kerja utama. Dan yang terakhir, Command Center akan menjadi hub untuk mengakses semua aplikasi yang digunakan oleh dosen dan perguruan tinggi. Oleh karena itu, pada kesempatan yang baik ini, izinkan saya meminta kesediaan Ibu dan Bapak dosen untuk memanfaatkan kesempatan dan fasilitas yang tersedia secara maksimal. Karena di tangan Ibu dan Bapak lah kualitas pendidikan tinggi Indonesia itu berada. Tahun 2021 akan menjadi pengantar menuju masa depan yang menuntut paling tidak 2 hal, yaitu keinginan dan kemauan untuk berkolaborasi, serta pengetahuan dan kemampuan untuk memanfaatkan teknologi. Pendidikan yang diberikan kepada peserta didik perlu bersifat modern, tanggap terhadap perkembangan zaman, dan pada saat yang sama masih mengedepankan aspek-aspek kemanusiaan, sehingga kampus akan melahirkan SDM unggul pembangun bangsa dan negara. Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka adalah tentang keyakinan untuk melakukan perubahan dan optimisme untuk menyongsong masa depan. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Shanti 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 Om. Namo Buddhaya.
Yang terhormat Ketua Umum ADRI Dr. Haji Ahmad Fatoni Rodhi, MPD, Sekjen ADRI Profesor Dr. Sarimanah MPD, seluruh jajaran pengurus ADRI, segenap para pakar, para ahli, para guru besar, para dosen, baik di perguruan tinggi negeri swasta di seluruh Indonesia yang mengikuti kegiatan ini. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Izinkan saya mengucapkan selamat atas terselenggaranya Musyawarah Kerja Nasional ketiga dan Konferensi Internasional ke-27 untuk ADRI. Teruslah menjadi lembaga yang mengayomi, melindungi, dan juga memperjuangkan bagaimana dosen terus bisa berkiprah dalam profesinya yang amat mulia ini. Dan semoga ADRI terus bisa melakukan terobosan-terobosan, inovasi, sehingga roda organisasi terus bergerak dengan penuh kreativitas, dengan penuh terobosan. Ilmunya berkembang sesuai dengan kompetensinya masing-masing dan memberikan kesempatan kepada pribadi-pribadi yang aktif dalam organisasi untuk terus berkontribusi bagi kemajuan, baik kemajuan perguruan tinggi, kemajuan masyarakat, kemajuan ilmu pengetahuan. Sekali lagi selamat, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, Rahayu. Yang terhormat Ketua Umum Adri, Bapak Ahmad Fatoni Rodli. Yang terhormat pengurus pusat, pengurus wilayah, dan anggota Adri. Yang terhormat para pembicara kunci konferensi internasional Adri ke-27, serta Ibu Bapak ahli dan dosen partisipan konferensi yang berbahagia. Setelah bersama-sama menghadapi pandemi global yang mengubah cara kita bekerja dan cara peserta didik belajar, kini tiba waktunya untuk kembali bangkit dan pulih secara berangsur-angsur. Sepanjang 1 tahun terakhir kita menyadari bahwa semakin meningkatnya dependensi kita terhadap teknologi dan digitalisasi.
Tes 1, 2, 3.
Tes. Saya masuk ya?
Berdekatan ya? Berdekatan.
Iya. Oh. Tapi aku tak mute nih, Pak.
Aku kasih kok kalau
Good morning, Prof. Tim. Hello, Prof. Tim. Good morning.
Ayun.
Prof. Tim.
Mulai CIU untuk kelupaan dia.
Tes. Halo?
Kenapa sih?
Prof. Tim, your speaker unmute.
Tiba boleh nih. Ya, iya. Oh, ngundangnya ini dah. Oh, sip.
5 menit.
Oh, iya.
Tahan nafas.
Sip.
Satu, cek 1. Cek 1, 1. Cek 1. Cek satu, satu. Hah. Udah, cek satu. Udah aman ya? Baiklah. Iya, kenapa? Saya redupin aja. Oke, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning to all of you ladies and gentlemen present already with us online and physical here in Narutama University. Okay, am I online already? Yeah? My voice, can you hear me clearly? Okay, so I would like to deliver a very warm welcome to all the guest participants to the 27th Adri International Conference in Education, Social Science and Humanities, Applied Science and Engineering, Information Technology, Health, Economic and Business, and Sustainability. And to open our day today, we would like to listen first to Indonesia Raya, continued by Mars of Adri. Ladies and gentlemen, please arise.
Ayo kawan kita kembangkan diri, profesi dosen dan ahli yang mandiri, tingkatkan tridharma perguruan tinggi untuk membangun bangsa dan negara agar jaya di buana raya. adalah perjuangan, Adri adalah jiwa kita, Adri hebat adalah nafas kita, Adri bahu-membahu saling membantu, menjadi satu Indonesia maju. Adri adalah perjuangan, Adri adalah jiwa kita, Adri hebat adalah nafas kita, Adri bahu-membahu saling membantu, menjadi satu Indonesia maju. Menjadi satu Indonesia maju.
Okay, so beginning our keynote speech session today, we have one of our trusted and long-standing colleague from National University of Kaohsiung, Taiwan. I would like to welcome Associate Professor. Yes, okay. Before we will welcome Associate Professor Dr. Derek Isienting, first, we would like to have the blessing for all the seminars today. So I would like to welcome first Bapak Kiai Holil Hashim to read a prayer for us.
Mudah-mudahan acara International Conference Adri ini yang hari ini akan merupakan hari terakhir mendapat berkat dari Allah Subhanahu wa taala. Al-Fatihah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Hamdan yuwafi wa yukafi mazidah. Ya Allah, Ya Allah, Ya Allah, kama araftana, la khawla wa la quwata wa la ilma wa la amala wa la syai'a lana wa la syai'a lana ya Allah illa anta. Ya Allah, Ya Allah, istaudilka nafsi wa anfusahum haula. Istaudilka jam'iyah ya Allah, Adri ya Allah, Allah, Allah maj'al hadhil mujalasah ya Allah, majlis ardi ya Allah, barikatan mubarakah, barikatan mubarakah, barikatan mubarakah, kasiratal barakah, kasiratal manafi, kasiratal masalih ya Allah. Rabbana zalamna anfusana wa illam taghfir lana wa tarhamna lanakunanna minal khasirin. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, continuing, we will now listen to the opening speech by the President of Adri Indonesia, Associate Professor Dr. Fatoni Rodli.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, every participant, speakers, and then especially for Professor Derek Isienting from Taiwan, from Kaohsiung, Taiwan. How are you? It's nice to meet you again. We have around 2 years we are not go to the Taiwan, and as we know, Taiwan have a lot of funding for us, 12 funding for Adri's members in the research. And we will go there because it is different regulation for Indonesian. Every activity in the other countries, especially for the foreigner, we have a transfer of our credit and a point for the docent, for the lecturer. So we will continue our activity maybe the next year or the middle of this year, because everybody in Indonesia very boring but activity 1 hour never brought never to the other country, the other city too, and it is maybe we will make a refreshing of our science. And then the second, I appreciate for the chief of the committee, Pak Dr. Andi from Singkawang, Andi Mursidi, Pak Shinting, have been come to there to the Singkawang with looking for the magic of the Singkawang people in the Cap Gome in the Singkawang. And then I appreciate to this speaker, but the one point for me is after our international conference, in presentation from speakers, it is not stopped until here. No, it is the start for the work, especially the theme of the international conference. After that, we have to make a accepted reviewer. After that, we will send to the journal. After that, we will send to the proceedings. And then after that, we will index it by Scopus or Sinta, etc. It is need a time, maybe one semester or 1 years. So I do hope a lot of the speaker, you can really resign your material after you present it and you have a lot of input from that. So I do hope you can make the journal style, journal communicating. Ladies and gentlemen, especially for the participation and then especially the board of the Dewan Pengurus Provinsi, the province board of Adri, I will plan about the next year. The next year, we have a plan for the Musyawarah Nasional. Musyawarah Nasional is make activities, responsibility of the cabinet now, what the board now, around 5 years, and then we may make a electing the president, the next president of Adri. And then I will suggestion for the next Munas is in Bali, in the government of Bali, in the governor of Bali, because the government is my close friend, and then the Bali is a more interesting place for tourism, and then we can invite around the world to come to Bali, and international conference for the next available in Bali too. I think Pak Andi Mursidi can plan it maybe the next year. Ladies and gentlemen, I give a thanks for the others, and then especially for the committee, and then I appreciate for the presenter, the best presenter in yesterday, and then I hope this morning available for the best presenter too. Thank you, Prof. Sinting. Send me my memorized to Pak Wang, Professor Wang, the president of Kaohsiung, Taiwan. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, entering our keynote speeches session, we will begin with our long and standing colleague. As what I have mentioned before, many of our universities here in Indonesia have regular exchanges with National University of Kaohsiung in Taiwan. So please welcome Associate Professor Dr. Derek Isianting. But before, let's see his profile. And this is Professor Dr. Derek Isian Ting from National University of Kaohsiung, Taiwan. We can see here the Scopus Index and also the Google Scholar Index. So Prof. Tin, this is your time, and I hope that you will enjoy the seminar. The time is yours.
Thank you. Hello. Hello, Dr. Fatoni, and thank you for your introduction. And I would like to say hello to my friends, Andy, Mr. Andy, and Didi, and Iksan. Hello, nice to meet you again. And also, I'm very happy to be here to meet all the friends from Indonesia. And I also found there are some students who exchanged to NUK Kaohsiung before. Hello. And today, I'm very happy to be part of the speaker of the Adri International Conference. As mentioned by Mr. Dr. Fatoni, I've been to Pontianak for Adri International Conference before, and I've been to Indonesia many times. So actually, I'm really happy to meet all the friends in Indonesia. So today, I would like to give about 30 minutes talk about the KM and CIM and the social media. I would like to share my screen now. Okay. Sorry, I need to find out how to share the screen. Yes. Okay, so do you see the slide? Yes, okay. Yes, okay. Okay. Sorry about it. So, okay, so the topic of today's speech is about when KN and CIN meet social media. So everybody know now is a social media age. So our traditional knowledge management and CIM need to change also to meet social media age. So I'm happy to be here, and this is something about me. And I'm now the chair of the Department of Information Management of NUK, and also the president of the Association for Social Networks. Okay, so my thesis actually the first one is a social network analysis and web mining, and also data science and data engineering, and also AI. So if you are interested in the following topics, I'm very happy to cooperate with anyone from Indonesia, so we can share each other. Okay, so what is knowledge management? Actually, this is a very old term. So I think most of our professors and our lecturers here maybe understand about this term already. So actually, it's a process. The knowledge management is a process from how to extract the knowledge, to capture the knowledge, and then the combination, and to combine different knowledge together. Because maybe we learn knowledge from maybe internet, social media, from the university, and also from the media. But we need to combine them together to a more concrete knowledge. And then is about internalization, is how we learn the knowledge. Okay, and the last process is sharing and creating knowledge. So when we learn the knowledge, we also need to create new knowledge. Just like our professor, we do research, and the main idea about to force the professor, maybe just like to publish paper, to teach, is about we want the professor they can create or share their new knowledge to the social the commerce or to the students. Okay, so in the year of 2001, the Taiwan government proposed about 10 years project. They spent a lot of money. They want the knowledge to transform traditional industry to knowledge services.
Excuse me, Prof. Your slide is not changing. Is it still slide 1 or?
Really?
Yes. So the display is still slide 1.
Let me see.
Okay, now it's slide 5.
Okay. How about now?
Yes, now we have the full slide. Okay.
Now it's 5. So
Yeah,
right?
now it's fine. It's changing.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and the government they invest a lot into the infrastructure in Taiwan about the internet, IT, and communication, and also support the company to apply knowledge management system. So for such as for the law is about how to protect the IP and knowledge content, and also about e-learning. So actually, especially now during the COVID-19 pandemic, so Taiwan, actually, we have already a very good e-learning system. So in that time, we can, actually Taiwan is quite safe now. So all the students, we still went to the university physically and like normal. We still test some e-learning system to see how it works. Okay, so in the university, also the knowledge management courses and master program, we also formed from the year of 2001. So actually, actually in big company in Taiwan, they already know the idea about the knowledge management, and some of them also use the knowledge management to their daily life. But in the age of social media, this kind of system, they need to be changed. Okay, so you can see this is the world before social media. Do you see the slide? Slide 6, right? Okay. All right, so this is a world before social media, and we can see now the world is transformed to the age of social media. So every our daily life and daily activity already based on social media. So this is also a diagram about the monthly users for different social media. The first one is still Facebook. Yeah, just like in Taiwan and in Indonesia, maybe the same. About 2 billion people use it monthly. And then is YouTube and WhatsApp. Okay, so when we use this kind of social media, we need to think about how to improve our traditional knowledge management and also the CRM to social media. So actually, social media now is a battlefield. Okay, so just like for business, you can see this is a diagram is about the Facebook revenue for the advertisement. Okay, so the revenue is so high because all the people they want to do the business based on social media, so they need to spend a lot of money to advertise their product or the people or the idea. Okay, and then also, okay, in the election, just like the election in United States, and not only United States now, I think it's all around the world is a battlefield also. Okay, so now we are facing a problem about information rich but knowledge poor. Okay, so we receive a lot of information from the social media, different social media. Just like me, I have about 10 social media every day. I need to use Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, Line, and WeChat, and also YouTube. So we have a problem. We receive a lot of information, but we get little knowledge from this kind of social media. And even some of the social media, just like the news, the posts are fake. Okay, so it's a big problem. Fake news and fake information is still a problem for us to understand now. So for us, because we are all in academia, so we must encourage people to share high quality knowledge. Some people, they don't want to share knowledge. Even they afraid to share knowledge through social media. But as us, we need to use social media to share our knowledge and our research. Okay, so I encourage all the lecture here. We can have a social media more formally to share every day our thinking, our research, our teaching. So this can help all the people around the world to get a high quality knowledge. So we can transform from rich information but poor knowledge to rich knowledge. Okay, this is the idea. Okay, so the most important part, I think, is about search. So today I will focus on two, okay, search and also learning. Okay, so I will focus on two topics, social search and social learning. And we already developed some system for the people to search your knowledge from the social media and also about using the social media for learning. Okay, so this is a system about social search. So we combine different sources of the information from social media, just like Facebook, like Instagram, like Twitter. We can combine the information together and into a database. And actually, as you know, the database is really huge. Okay, so and then when the user log into the system, they can start using the software to search for their knowledge. Okay, and the ranking of the search result is not only by the keyword, the relationship to the keyword, but also the data clustering and friendship. Just like if your friend posts this information, maybe the ranking will be higher than the normal ranking. All right, and then the user, they can get a result easy. So it can help us to deal with the problem of the information rich but knowledge poor. So we can easily to filter out the information we need from the internet, from the social media. Okay, and next one is about we also improve the social search function to marketing. So this is another system called Dr. Marketing. So you can see we also combine the search engine, and we also use ask the user to do the questionnaire, and also we analyze their preference and matching with the knowledge. So when, just like if you are a cosmetic company, you want to search who need a cosmetic, we can search it from the database very easy. Okay, so this is one of empirical study about how to apply the search function into a real marketing. Okay, so the data marketing system is can search knowledge from Facebook, very easy, and implement it in a marketing company, and the performance is really good. So it can discover potential customer, understand customer preference, understand viewpoints for product, and also can help us to do the decision making. So we can transform the situation from knowledge poor to knowledge rich. We can search the knowledge very easy now. Okay, and this is another research about social learning. So actually, as I mentioned before, the search function is also important in the knowledge process. So we have 4 steps, and search is one of them, and learning is another one. So we need to use social media for us to learn before we in the process of knowledge management. The learning is a traditional way. Okay, so we use the traditional course management system, but now different because all our students, they are using social media. So if we have another standalone system and ask the student to use the system, so it quite different. So this is a system we call tactile system. Tactile in Taiwanese means learning, study. Okay, yeah. So the main idea is that the student, they can use the system by logging to Facebook and use the same interface. Then I will show the interface later. So the student, they can, the teacher or the student, they can post message, they can do the interaction, they can do the assignment, and they can post something from the bulletin board and the lecture, they can do the grading, and also we can receive the course information notification. And the student, they also can see same feedback to the lecture. So we can make the whole process a very complete the learning process. So this is the system, okay? So you can, the traditional international Facebook interface. You can see this is your big head photo, and from the left side here, so you can see this, there are two courses here. The first one is object-oriented programming, and then the introduction to computer science. Okay, and for lecture, you can add new courses from here. And then invite a student to join the course like here. So it's, the idea is very similar to a group. Okay. Then you can see the number of members here and number of courses here. And here are the list of students. You can have all the information from the student, the email and the student ID. Okay. All right. So the tactile system is a Facebook app, so we can combine course management system with Facebook. So we don't need to install another course management system because Facebook is already everybody use it. So it's very easy for the student or the lecturer just use the Facebook to do the learning process. So we can combine with social search for the student or the lecturer to search high quality knowledge. And the learning environment in social media is just like what we daily uses. So, and this system also been applied in the world #1 IC packing company in Taiwan already. So they use it for their employee to learn the new knowledge. So they have about more than 200 courses in their company to use the system. Okay, so this is a process again. And also Facebook, they also have their inbuilt app called Workplace. I encourage people, you can try to use that because it can help you to use the social media to work. Okay, and then the next topic is about social CRM. And actually, CRM is also one part of the knowledge management because we need to have a knowledge about how to face our customer. Okay, just like how to attract new customer, how to keep our customer in our company in the business process. But this is the traditional CRM process. So you can, from the process, you can see actually normally there are 4 steps in the CRM process: sales, feedback, marketing, and support. Okay, so this is a very traditional process. And now in the social media, because our tool to use it for the social media now is social media for social CRM. So we can call it social CRM. And they are in the 4 steps of the social CRM are quite different. So we can see from sales. Sales now is we want to sell a product from potential customer. Okay, but social CRM is directly we can face the customer. I don't know the situation in Indonesia, but in Taiwan now, social sales is very popular. So the people even especially in the COVID-19 period. So there are a lot of people that buy the products from the social media, just like Facebook or YouTube or some social media. And feedback is also, so we can see the customers share their experience with millions online. Okay, they can share their experience from the social media like Google Map, Facebook, Twitter, and all the social media. And about service and support, we can see the customer, they also they expect to the social media to respond their question or to respond what they need, their comment very quick from the social media. So, and then the last one is the marketing. Okay, so the customer, they want the conversation and engagement in social media. So the environment and the situation is quite different. So if we still use the traditional traditional CRM process to deal with the customer, we need to learn about how to involve the social media into the process. That is the most important. Okay, so there are some ideas for you for from traditional to social. So traditional CRM is we sell the product to the customer, we do the marketing to the customer, and we do the service and support to the customer. But for social media, we need to put the customer in the center. Okay, and the whole process are around the customer to do it. And the evolution of social CRM to social CRM, there are still some different parts for us to think about. And in traditional CRM, we assign a department to the customer, or just like this is a customer service department. But now, social CRM, everyone in our organization or in a company, we need to do the social CRM. Okay, so about the process is defined by the company, but now is the customer define the process. Okay, so you can see this is our traditional process here actually, but now the customer maybe they will from here they directly ask for a support or they directly send the feedback. So it is now the customer to define the process. And the business hour is from 9 to 5. Now, customer they set the hours, maybe 24 hours. Okay, and the channel is also. Okay, so in our traditional way, maybe we have a customer support department, or maybe we have online help, or maybe we have some physical address to do the customer support. But now the customer they define where they want to receive the support. And also the transaction is also different. Now it's more about interaction. Okay, and it's from inside out to outside in. So from this diagram, we can see actually there are large difference now in the social media age to do the CRM. Okay, and here are some useful tools to share to you about how to use our tools to do the social CRM. It is published by the 2020 Social. Is a company. They combine all the tools here. So from the social media analytics, you can see there are a lot of tools here. And social application, we can use different API. So a Facebook API, Twitter API, or LinkedIn API. And also if we want to do a collaboration, there are also some tools here. Social commerce and CRM. Okay, so we can see there are some useful tools here. Okay, so this is shared to everybody here. So you can have more idea about, actually there are a lot of tools now for you to do the social CRM, but actually we still need a total solution. Okay, so now actually I look into some system, just like a very famous ERP system or very famous social CRM system. Social CRM still maybe just like a plugin, okay, just like an additional function. But actually this big company or big system, they need to think about how to combine all the process into the traditional ERP or traditional social CRM system. Okay, so this is one case. Actually, some CRM system now, they can help to do it very quick. Okay, so just most of the customer and the CRM department, they are using different social media now to provide the service. And also, because we receive a lot of information, and one of the important part of the CRM is we need to understand the customer. So we need to analyze the data. So the methodology to analyze our customer, we call it social network analysis. Okay, so this is one example. I would like to show you an example about how to understand our customer online. Okay, so this is a blog, a Facebook. So we collect 15 posts from Facebook, and to analyze this the different posts here, and to analyze how many people interact with the post and their response. Okay. Here, and this is the interaction. So, but sorry, it's in Mandarin Chinese. And this is about the type of post. So we can understand the most popular posts are by video, okay, and by picture. So if only the text, the interaction is not quite good. Okay, so we can find the interaction here. So we can find the interaction, and this is a social diagram. You can see the interaction, and this is share. The share, if the share behavior. So from here, we can see there are about 94 share, and this post about 72. And you can see the result here. Actually, if the share, we want to share to many different networks. So we use this one as an example. We can see from this node, share to here, and then to here. This one is the best one. 1, 2, 3, 4. So it means these posts have been shared far away to different networks. Okay, and then we can understand this is one of the Christmas, Merry Christmas activity. So, and then we will understand the people, they want to share the information, okay, who are related to the events. Okay, and this is only the video, and this is only some text. You can see the result is quite different. Okay. So we can use it as maybe an example for us to understand how to do CRM and also how to analyze online users. So now I will give a conclusion about today's speech. So knowledge management in the age of social media. So for KM and CRM is more important in the age of social media actually. So we need to transform the situation now from rich information to rich knowledge. This is what we are focused about. So we can change social media to a knowledge media, all right? Especially for maybe for some association, just like Adri, maybe we need to have a social media to share our knowledge together, okay, to collect all the knowledge, to share all the knowledge. And then social search and social learning are different than traditional way of knowledge management. So the total solution, just I mentioned before, for social KM and CRM is very, very essential. So the challenge is the world of social media is changing very fast actually, daily. So every month, maybe we have some change about the social media. So for us to do the KM and CRM, we also need to act very fast to do it. Otherwise, we will face the problem of rich information but poor knowledge. Okay, thank you very much. This is my talk, and any questions?
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. We would like to display certificates, and I would like to ask the committee whether we will have a question and answer session. Will we have a question and answer session? Or maybe for now, you can just email. If you have any curiosity, feedbacks, comments, or questions, please do email to Prof. Derek as displayed before this. And this is the certificate to Associate Professor Dr. Derek Isianting as the keynote speaker. Congratulations, Prof. Thank you for sharing with us. It's always a pleasure to work with you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Any question, just send email to.
Okay. So we would like to open, because we still have slot of time, we can open a question and answer session for 1 or 2 questions. So ladies and gentlemen, you can write your questions on the chat, or maybe you can raise your hand if you would like to ask question directly face to face. So yes, Prof, I would like to ask, maybe while we are waiting for questions from our audience, what do you think is like, for startups now, what is the major challenge? Because in Indonesia, it's very easy to start business. We have so many startups, but the sustainability and how they can operate in social media. So what is actually the biggest challenge and biggest opportunity lies for startups today?
Okay, yeah. Actually, let's say Taiwan now startup is very easy, but only few startup coming. Okay, yeah. So especially actually now in Taiwan, we change our thinking. In the past time, we encourage the young people to start a business, but now we think it's not correct. Okay, because the young people, they don't have the idea, but they understand how to use social media. They don't have idea. They don't have experience. Especially when they have a company, it's quite different. We need to face any kind of problem, financial problem, organizational problem, and the problem to face the government. So now we encourage the middle age, just like the people who are more than 40 years, between 40 to 50, to start our business. All right, because this group of people, they have more experience than the young people, but they can lead the young people to do this one. And for social media, actually now in Taiwan we have more systematic way to teach the student, or maybe the people who are doing the startup, to use the social media. Just like now, all the people, they know how to use social media, but they cannot use it very well. So we have system, and we also have a accreditation, we call certificate in Taiwan. So we also can cooperate with Adri, because the certificate is issued by my association in Taiwan now. We have courses, we have a test. Then the people who want to do the startup business, or they want to have a new business by using social media, they need to have the certificate. Okay, so from how to post the message, how to do the advertisement, and how to do the marketing by social media, actually is a very, we need to have a structural courses to train them to do it. Otherwise, you just like to post the information and to share. So sometimes the performance is not good. Okay, this is my idea about that one. We need to have a more systematic way to do the social media teaching, and let the people who want to start a business, they know better how to use the social media. Thank you.
It's very interesting that you have a layers and level for those startups to start to be sustainable. I have second curiosity. We have visited some countries and some universities. They have this incubator for startups, and also they have this initial funding for the students having startups, including the team to consult about the business. So this is the way they create innovation and unicorns within the university. And when the business is growing big, also the royalty or maybe the invention will come also to the university itself. Now, if we are talking about this system, how the best way to implement in university, for example, in developing countries like Indonesia, remembering that we need not a small fund for this, or maybe is there a more effective way for us to create more unicorns?
This is good, because to ask the student, to let the student, they have the initial funding is good. But my experience is students receive the funding, they treat it like a project. You know, just like our research project, just spend the money and then to do something. But for business, it's quite different. right? You need to involve a lot into the business. It's really different. It doesn't like a university project. That is one. So I have some cases, some success example is we provide initial funding, but it only 50%. And the student, they need to find another 50% to start our business. Do you know the reason why? If they also invest some money into the business, they will work harder. Now I pay something, I need to work harder for that one. So this one of the ideas is we don't provide the funding 100% for the students. Otherwise, the performance will be not quite good. And then don't ask the professor be the leader of the startup business. All right. The idea is most of the professors actually they never experience about how to do the business. Okay, so we need to find some people who are really from a real business to be the leader or to the mentor of the startup project. So it can improve the success rate of the startup business. Okay, actually from the beginning, what I said, the startup is easy, but the problem is you need to survive. That is not easy. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for the answer. I would like to invite questions maybe from the chairman of Adri, or maybe Pak Andi Mursidi would like to have feedback or maybe questions. Or we have already Pak Joko Siono PhD, the moderator joining us, maybe also have a questions. Maybe from these three gentlemen, please.
Okay, Ibu Andi, so I would like to ask some question to Prof. Dr. Derek. Do you hear me, Ibu Andi?
Okay, please, Pak.
So, okay, talking about the Prof. Dr. Derek, talking about the social media. When we would like to use the marketing in the social media, we have conducted the marketing in the social media, but sometimes for the customer abroad, they will still ask some sample from our product. So what do you think of this? Okay, we produce product something like about the textile in our industry, and we export to some countries, something like USA, Africa, and Europe also. But mostly, although we have the marketing through the social media, they still need some sample from our product. So what do you think of this? How to handle of this? Hello?
Hello, yes.
Yeah, clear?
You say how to, you have a tool to do the marketing, but
yeah, we use social media for the marketing. But mostly our customer in abroad, like let's say in the USA, Europe, and also Africa, they still need some sample. Not enough through the social media. How to handle of this?
I think the most important, we need to understand the need, the really need of the customer. Okay, so you need to trace the position, just like I am the customer, what I need for social media. Yeah, just like I mentioned in my slide, say the customer they want the provide service 24 hours. So if you have a tool to do the social media marketing, but it means you need to have somebody who can answer the question 24 hours. Do you know the idea? Yeah. So you cannot just transform your business by apply a marketing tool. You need to transform all your way. Business. That is my, otherwise it will be like very traditional.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Pak Joko. We have question from one of our audience, so I will read it for you. I am Wawat Srinawati MPD from STKIP Muhammadiyah Bogor. I would like to ask, the Indonesian government declared 2045 as a golden momentum for Indonesia's human capital leap. It means 24 years from now, towards that momentum, which must be prepared optimally. And then currently, there are 19% of education units that have difficulty getting internet access. Of that number, there are around 42K schools that do not have internet access. Meanwhile, 81% or around 175K schools have internet connection. My question is, what is the strategy to improve the quality and digital transformation of Indonesian education? This is a question how to have the access evenly in all over Indonesia, because we know Indonesia is big with an imbalance rate of growth.
Yeah, wow, it's a very big and very important question. Yeah.
Indeed, this is the question for the president.
Yeah, that's true. And I just want to share my experience from Taiwan, right? Okay, but the situation is quite different. As I know, there are more than 1,000 islands in Indonesia, but in Taiwan we only have one island. So the situation may be quite different. But there are some suggestions. The first one is actually the government. They need to involve a lot of big funding into that one. They need to understand the importance about the infrastructure first. So in Taiwan, what we do is the government, they form a foundation called Information Institute of Infrastructure. So they provide a lot of funding to the institutions. So the goal of the institution is to create an infrastructure of Taiwan. So actually we have a real team to do it. Okay, in around 20 years. So now the infrastructure about the internet in Taiwan is all very well developed because of the institution. All right. So we have one is the institution, and then we also open for investment from the country overseas. Okay. So we have investment from Japan and also from Hong Kong, America. Okay. So this company, they will provide a lot of the infrastructure funding to help to create all the internet access. Okay, as you know, if there are some benefit, the businessmen, they will invest the money inside. Okay, so this is the experience from Taiwan. So about 20 years, I think now you still have 24 years more. So it's not a big, not too rush, but you need to start to think about to provide some funding to have maybe a department or institution. They are focused on doing this one. Okay, and we also have the academic network, the center, academic network center. We connect, the internet connection from United States directly to Taiwan, and then we have a structure, and the academic network is established by the Ministry of Education. So actually we have different hubs. Just like if you have many islands, maybe you need to have different hubs in different islands. And then from the island to connect to the schools. And the schools, they also can have some kind of the connection to the main hub. So actually you need to spend a lot of funding into that kind, but that is important. That's what we need to spend. Yeah, because if you have a very good internet infrastructure, you can do everything. The student, they can learn a lot, they can get the knowledge very quick. So this is what we need to do. Yeah.
Yeah, I do agree that a systematic investment in each of the region must be done. And for this, yeah, it has to be done by also an independent body, only focusing on this one. And for Taiwan, it takes 20 years, yeah?
Yeah, 20 years.
20
Almost.
years. Yeah,
Well,
for Indonesia.
Yeah.
Yeah, for Indonesia, maybe we will take a lot more. But actually, this is an interesting issue to discuss. I would like to invite the opinion from Pak Joko Suyono. What do you think about this idea? Like how many years actually Indonesia need to be able to be independent in terms of connection, internet connection, to reach to all the remote areas of Indonesia, making sure that everyone has access to education?
Okay, thank you, Ma'am Andy. So Indonesia have a lot of population, about 265 million. So I think now internet connection in Indonesia is good, conducted by some provider, also with the telecoms. Yeah. But if we try to need all the area will be connected with the internet area of the Indonesia, I think we need about 5 years. So we know first, previously I work in the Ericsson mobile system. So we know that in every region, in Indonesia now has been established for the connection with the internet. So I think less than 5 years, according to Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Less than 5 years, 4G or 5G, Pak?
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
maybe.
So now it's been established for the 5G. Okay. We know that all the provider now try to use the 5G now, either for the Telkomsel, Indosat, and also XL now try to use the 5G now.
5G.
Yeah.
Okay, Prof Derek, please.
I have the same idea because now maybe shorter. Yeah, we took about 20 years, but now because the technique is so the different. We have satellite, we have different technique. Yeah, so the IT is very good now. So I think it's 5 to 10 years maybe is you can achieve the high rate of internet.
Okay, we are looking forward to that. And yeah, best practices from all around the globe will be beneficial, like this seminar will be beneficial to increase our experience and also our tactic. Okay, one more question, Prof. Derek. We have for here from the audience. This is from Wahyu Dwi. From Yogyakarta, Adri of Yogyakarta. He asked, how can we make sure that marketing using social media can be effective to meet our need, especially for higher education institution? Would you please explain? Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Now, compared to traditional marketing, actually now is more easy to understand the people and also the effectiveness because we have the data. So actually, I have a suggestion for all we to do the marketing or we to do the social marketing, using the social media. We need to collect the data. Okay, we need to collect data and we analyze the data. Just like I show in the slide, we analyze the data and we can understand the effective of what we have already. But to meet our need, I think now is working. Actually, it's just like Facebook, like Twitter, they want to make money. So they don't want to have a very good about your money. We are say money. This money to do the advertisement that you can achieve this one. So thank you for I think the first step is especially for the higher education institution, you need to collect all the data, maybe from the student, and you need to have a center. I'm not sure do you have this kind of department in your university? In Taiwan, all the university we have a so-called university data analysis center. It's forced by the Minister of Education. We need to have this one. So we collect all the data from students and to collect all their learning behavior, and also we understand why they fail in this course. So we have all the analyzed in that kind of the department. So this is my idea and my suggestion to do this one.
Okay, I do agree that all the decision making should be based on in data, and to analyze our market and our society, our audience is very important to define the success of our marketing and social media. Okay, so Prof. Derek Sianting, thank you so much for sharing with us. It's been a pleasure to discuss with you so many things about social media and like 101 about social media. So yeah. We are wishing you well always and all the success for your career ahead and also for NUK. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Terima kasih, sama-sama. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, our next keynote speaker will be from Adri. Yeah, so I would like to welcome the president of DPD Adri from Jakarta and Banten. He is also Director of Pengelolaan Kekayaan Intelektual PLT Direktur Riset dan Pengabdian kepada Masyarakat. We welcome Profesor Dr. Heri Hermansyah. Okay, Prof. Heri, are you with us already?
Yes, I just joined this meeting. Yeah.
Okay, and the question and answer session will be later on lead by our moderator, Bapak Joko Suyono, PhD.
Okay, thank you, Bu Ani. Okay. Yeah. Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for your invitation. Adri, I wish Adri have very good Mukernas and can give many results from this Mukernas and international conference. Today, I would like to present about international research collaboration. Okay, I would like to share screen. Okay. Okay. In Indonesia, university has three functions. First, for education, and then the second for research, and the third for community services. And about research, if we refer to world-class ranking, the QS ranking has citation per faculty for the criteria for the world ranking, and then the time higher education has about 60% for outcome and impact for research. The citation about 30%, and then the reputation, income, and productivity about 30%. So the research become a very important indicator for world-class ranking of the university. And then if we consider the research innovation process for input, activities, output, outcome, and impact, the measurement of the research indicator in world ranking emphasize on the outcome and impact. Yeah. Of course, we need input. Yeah, this is the research funding, high qualification of the researcher, and then high quality of the infrastructure. So by this input, we can do activities. Higher quality of the input, it means higher quality of the activities. And then from the research activities, we can deliver the research output. Many types of the research output, such as scientific article, IPR, intellectual property right, product, prototype, based on the IPR, and then the output, the research not end in the output only, but after the research can deliver the output, we expect the output can give the outcome. If you can write a scientific publication and then publish in a very good journal, the higher quality of the article, the higher number of the citation harvesting from that articles. So the world-class ranking counting the citation, not not the number of the article. So the outcome become very important at this time. And then the impact also very important. After you have citation, higher citation can give higher reputation for the scientists, for the authors, and then the reputation from the authors, from the scientists, from the faculty members, become the reputation of the institution. And then the IPR also not only produce the IPR, but productive IPR is very important to measure the outcome. How many productive IPR? The IPR should be licensed or commercialization, and then the impact from the IPR can give revenue for the inventor, can give royalty for the institution, and then the research, the output, outcome, and impact, this become prime mover for innovation-based economics. In Indonesia, we have some priority on national research, yeah, and then we also understand that there is many dead valley, yeah, to take the research result from the lab to bring it into industry and society. We face many dead valley, and the triple helix between the academic, industry, and government become very important to become a bridging to bring the research from the lab into industry and society. And at this time, our ministry supporting some international research collaboration. There is some research scheme funded by our government. The the research consortium, we have some scheme with UK, for example, Newton Fund, with Netherlands, NWO, and also with France under Nusantara program. And we also have Asia program. So with all audience from ASEAN country also, we can do the collaboration, and also with European and also ASEAN. In this scheme, the consortium prepared the consortium proposal, and then the lead researcher apply for the, for example, Newton Fund, and then after the proposal is granted, we give match funding for Indonesian researcher. This is, for example, yeah, the funding for bilateral joint funding program, and then this is for multilateral joint funding program. And then we also have unit for foreign research permit. In this research permit, every year about more than 500 research permit was granted for foreign researcher who want to do research in Indonesia. This is the research field interested for foreign researcher, life science, earth science, social humanity, agroforestry, medical and health. Foreign researcher come to Indonesia. Usually, Indonesia become a living lab for their research interest. And this is the country of the origin who dominated the country where the researcher come from. And then if we see the output of the international collaboration, for example, we in Indonesia, the citation per publication in average for national average about 2.3, and then if we see the citation per publication for international collaboration, it is about 3 times higher than the national average. But if we see the national collaboration on the institutional, and then
the citation is lower than the national average at this time. And the single authorship give the lowest citation per publication. So international collaboration can give higher citation. It means collaborative research can give higher quality for research itself, and then also higher quality of the output, so that the publication can harvest higher citation. But if we see the triple helix collaboration, the international publication with the co-authorship between university and company, for example, and government, we can see that the citation become very high. Yeah, maybe about 20 times higher than the our national citation average. So international collaboration, triple helix collaboration become very important to promote the quality of the research itself. And then at this time, we have about almost 6,000 national journal in Indonesia, and we divided into 6 level of the quality, and we will continue to manage and to promote the quality of this journal also. And at this time, we have about 98 at this time. Yeah, I just updated today. Last January we have 85, but today we have about 89 Indonesian journal who already indexed by Scopus, for example. So this also, if we see 5 years ago, we only 40 journal, but today we have 89, and we expect this year we have more than 100 journal indexed by Scopus. So the quality also we expect increase by supporting supported by this increasing quality of the journal. And then about the scientific publication output, we understand that for the last 5 years, our publication is increased, but yeah, we know that for the last 1 year we have pandemic COVID, and we just slightly increased in the last in this year, but still increase or yeah, slightly increase. And then although in total document only slightly increased, but if we see the the articles still increase in good shape. Yeah, so in Indonesia, we still on the right track to promote the quality, not only the total document, but we go to article and more higher quality of the article. We can see the data. The conference paper is decreased, yeah, but the article is increased from 20,000 into 24,000 article in last February. And then engineering and health still dominate the field of the articles. And then about the patent, we have also good shape for increasing patent granted in Indonesia, although we still must do very hard effort to support the granted patent into the productive patent. And then this is an example. We have a research center in Ministry of Agriculture. This is a research center in Ministry of Agriculture. This center can obtain about more than 11 billion rupiah for the royalty of their productive patent. And then this is also an example how research from the lab goes to industry. Today, when we have pandemic COVID, you can check in the internet. We have some devices for screening. For example, we have Genos. Yeah, we initially support research for the Genos researcher to detect the volatile compound from hashish. Yeah. But in this pandemic COVID, the researcher changed, and by the same principle, they start to detect the COVID itself. And then we also have some catalyst, stem cell, and this is some product detected last year from research and then become industry, such as mangosteen product, vaccine for avian influenza, dental product, and also catalyst. And in this COVID-19, many researchers, more than 62 product has been can be used by the peoples, and then government also help this product and put it in e-catalog, so everyone can buy from e-catalog to buy and to use this product. And then our government also has some policy for tax deduction. So company who provide budget for R&D, the government give tax deduction for those company. And then in order to promote international research collaboration, today we have international conference, yeah, and by this international conference, this can promote international collaboration also. Yeah, today we conduct the meeting by video conference, but conventionally we can meet underground. And then by knowing each other's for every researcher who attend this meeting, we can start knowing each other's, and then exchange name card, and then after that we can discuss about common interest of the research. And maybe after this meeting, yeah, some researcher who attend this meeting can do joint research, and then joint supervision for the student, joint publication, and then do the joint conference again or joint workshop for more specific field. And then if there is any opportunity for research funding, international collaboration, for example, you also can make a joint proposal. So by knowing each other in this conference, we expect also this can promote international research collaboration between all researchers who attend this meeting. Thank you very much. So I give this to moderator. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Harry. Oh, it's very interesting. Yeah. So I would like. So according to you, that collaboration is very important, especially with the collaboration from other country. And I would like to emphasize that citation is, according to you, citation is more important than the number of the journal. So how much the minimum journal should we have in order to increase our citation? Yeah, we know that sometimes we have a lot of journal, let's say more than 20 journal, but the citation is very low. So in this case, yeah, we would like to know, yeah, minimum journal in the reputation journal that we can increase for the citation.
So, yeah, I think there is no exact correlation between the quantity of the publication with the number of the citation, but there is a correlation between the quality of the publication with the number of the citation. Higher the quality of the articles, higher of the quality of the content, so it will give higher quality of the citation itself. Yeah? And of course, the citation is not fabricated, it's not making or by design. Yeah, there will be a natural citation. Of course, if the article is very interesting, frontier, there is a novelty and interesting for other researchers to 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 uh, to refer the content for the development of the next research or next knowledge developed from those articles, so it will be interesting. So no matter how many article do you have, if your article is not interesting, nobody will cite it. But even if you have one articles and that is very interesting, very important, so everyone in the world will cite your articles. Uh, so this is also homework for me and for everyone in Indonesia, everyone, every researcher in the world, how to write very high quality of the article. So this will be useful for the next development of the science itself, and it will give more citation. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Heri. So some people say that the citation will be on the journal with the Q1 or Q2. Yeah, but when I see the phenomena, there is also the journal in the Q4 or even in the proceeding. They have also a lot of citation. So in this case, I would like to know which one is more important, the Q of the journal or the topic of the journal. Sometimes we would like to send in the journal in the Q1, but the problem is talking about the money. And then we try to send the journal in the Q3 or Q4. But we know that some topic will be cited by a lot of people. Yeah, and I see also in the Scopus there are some phenomena that although the journal in the Q4 or Q3, but the topic is good, then the citation is quite good. So which one is important, and the topic or the Scopus journal Q in this case?
Okay, the most important thing is you submit to the peer review journal. Yeah. Even there is Q1 journal, for example, but the process is not proper. When you submit before you review and then you accept it and you ask to pay some money before review, this is dangerous. Yeah. So please first, yeah, please select the proper journal. The process, the proper process. All researcher has feeling, yeah, has feeling when they submit the article. If the article have not yet been, for example, reviewed, but the journal say already accepted and ask money, so just leave this journal. Yeah. So so the most important thing before we choose journal, of course, please do good research. Yeah, you should define the novelty. You should define where is the novelty of your research, for example, and then after that, after you get good result, and then you prepare the manuscript, and then after you have good manuscript with a very good novelty, you can choose the suitable peer review journal. Yeah. Of course, everyone should know which journal is suitable for their field. Yeah, and then after that you submit, and then usually the editor will check the relevance between the topic and the area of the journal, and then the format. If it's already suitable, yeah, the editor will forward to the reviewer. So if we follow the proper process, yeah, it will reflected the quality of the management of the journal itself. Yeah. So if your question about which one better to submit to higher quartile of the journal, or which one better? So quality of the journal should reflect also the quality of the journal itself. Yeah. So you should first you should choose which journal is relevant for your field, and then you can check how the impact of the journal itself. If you can submit to the highest impact of the journal, it will be better. The highest impact of the journal, of course, it will be has fair review, yeah. But if you can be accepted and published in very good quality journal, of course, the chance to obtain the citation will be higher also. Thank you very much.
Okay. There is also question perhaps from the chat room. Let's check in the chat room once. This is the last question from our rector, from Prof. Berry. How can research funding return to what it was before COVID-19? How to deal with the reduced interest of lecturers in sending research grant proposal? This is a question from our rector, Narotama University.
Would you please repeat it? Because
okay. This is a question from rector of Narotama University. How can research funding return to what it was before COVID-19? So I think the question is perhaps the funding after COVID-19 is reduced, perhaps when it will return, perhaps like this.
Okay. Okay. The last year, our research budget was reduced about 400 billion rupiah for refocusing for COVID. But the research project has been granted last year, although the research budget was cut down, the research project was continued and funded in this 2021. So only postponed, yeah, postponed for 1 year, and then this year is continued to be funded. Yeah. So the research only postponed from 2020 and to 2021, and then funded starting from this year. The overall budget is still the same actually, yeah. But because we have about 400 billion rupiah who was cut down last year and then funded in this year, so we have about 40% dedicated funding who cannot be compete free competition again, yeah, because we must allocate this budget for researchers who already cut down last year. So only 60% was selected and then compete in proposal competition this year. We expect starting next year the research funding can be increased. But if we talk about BOPT and research funding, it's almost the same. But the source of the research funding, not only from BOPTN sources or from Simlim Tabmas in Indonesia. We still have other research funding sources, such as research funding from endowment fund, for endowment research fund, for example. And then we have also some other scheme, priority of national research, for example, and then international collaboration, which the funding sources not come from the Simlim Tamas, but from other resources. So if we calculate overall, actually, we still have more funding to fund the research project. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Adri. It is a very useful presentation. Okay, thank you for your presentation, Prof. Adri. So I think it's enough. Yeah. So
Okay,
perhaps there is
much.
some certificate
I
for
just
Prof.
arrived
Dr.
at
Heri.
my home this morning.
Yeah.
I will.
This is your certificate from Heri as the recognition from us. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Salam sehat semuanya. Thank you very much. See you again.
Salam sehat. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
So everybody, please give a huge applause to Prof. Dr. Heri. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope this meeting we can promote international collaboration among the keynote speaker itself, lecturer, faculty member, and researcher from Adri who attend this meeting. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So now we continue for the next keynote speaker from Professor Dato Muhammad Idrus, from the President of Malaysia Academic Association Council, Putrajaya. Prof. Idrus, are you with us now? Hello, Prof. Idrus. Okay, Prof. Idrus. How are you? How are you, Prof. Idrus? Do you hear me?
Halo.
Halo, Prof. Idrus.
Ya.
I can hear your voice. Waalaikumsalam. How are you today?
And Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. How is Malaysia now? It's good also?
Yeah, it's getting better. The COVID-19 pandemic positive numbers are getting lower and lower every day.
Okay, the same in Indonesia also. Okay, Prof. Idrus, now you can make presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll try to share. All right, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good afternoon in Malaysia now. It's almost 11:15, almost noon. Well, I would like to thank the organizer for inviting me, and also thank you for Prof. Moderator, Prof. Joko Suyono, for the opportunity to share a few of my slides, which I believe will talk about something which is related to the 27th Adri International Conference. All right. This is me. I think most of you who are familiar with me will know my background. I'm the president of the Malaysian Academic Association Congress, and I've been with Narotama University and also a few more other universities in Surabaya, doing research, doing collaboration, mobility programs and whatnot. But again, at the same time, I would like to also invite, as Prof. Hermansyah mentioned, collaboration from not only Adri member, but also other universities from other countries to join with us and also to collaborate with us to organize a conference or maybe workshops and whatnot. And also you are invited to come and visit us in Malaysia. because under the Malaysian Academic Association Congress, we have 21 association together with us from 20 universities in the public under the government universities. All right, this is where I'm from. From the University of Tunusin on Malaysia in Johor, which is about 45 minutes from Singapore, very near. At the moment, there's no durian season yet, but inshallah, we will, welcome you to come to Johor to taste our durian in Johor. And today, what I'm going to share with all the participants and also attendees will be something which has been talking about for I think the last 10 years. That is IoT and also AI. IoT is Internet of Things, and also AI is artificial intelligence. But again, I've selected three sectors to be related and discussed. That is education, business, and also transportation. So how actually the impact of IoT and also artificial intelligence have on education, business, and transportation development, especially when it is related to the problem that we have since last year, that is the COVID-19 pandemic. All right. First of all, I would like to thank all my co-authors and also my colleagues who have been supporting me to actually do this presentation. Associate Professor T.S. Dr. Muhammad Haziman from UTHM, and Madam Jasna, and also Mr. Akmal from PSMZA, that is Polytechnic Sultan Mizan Zainal Abidin from Terengganu. Mr. Sahril from UTHM, my researcher who's actually finishing his PhD in the next 1 or 2 months. Engineer Dr. Sri Wiwoho Mujanarko from Universitas Narutama, and also Dr. Muhammad Ihsan. They are, I think, very hardworking people who has been supporting me and also our colleagues in Malaysia to do a lot of collaboration, and also Ms. Ainin Sophia, who is also doing her master's project, and at the moment she is also collaborating with me to do prepare some papers and also some assisting me to gather data. All right, this will be my 8 points for the presentation outline. We'll start with the introduction, and then later on talking about utilizing the IoT and AI, and then impacts on the 3 sectors, roles of academic and also researchers, IoT and big data, and also last but not least, I'll be concluding so that we are able to actually focus on issues that we would like to actually discuss as academicians especially. All right, so what is IoT and AI? Well, talking about the long-term terminology of IoT, as I mentioned just now, is Internet of Things. AI is the artificial intelligence. IR 4.0, this is something which is very closely related with IoT and AI. That is Industrial Revolution 4.0. Everybody around the world are talking about this since the last 5 years. And now they are talking about society 4.0, 5.0. And last but not least will be when you talk about IoT, AI, and also IR 4.0, we will also be talking about community well-being and also the future. And as mentioned by our first speaker today, what we are doing actually, it is about relating the well-being of the community, not only the community at large, but also the focus community, that is the industries. So this will be our future, and we have to look into technologies when we talk about industries. All right, I'll share with you one video so that we can understand what is IoT and also AI. Right. For the next presentation will be on AI.
Tôi chết là cái nước cũng gạo gì.
So just to give you a summary of the two videos, this is the first summary for IoT. It creates a virtual platform, evolution of computer capabilities connected to the internet, and we are doing it actually. We are doing the conference, online conference. We are doing shopping, online shopping. We are doing monitoring transport and traffic, where internet intelligent transportation system is on in place, and collecting data and reporting real-time situation. That is the beauty of IoT. But at the same time, we are also employing the AI or artificial intelligence. And as mentioned in the video, it is a science of making machines smart. Yeah, it's no more a manual machine, but rather automation. Computers to solve problems like what we are having. We have our laptops and whatnot, and related to precision. If you want to have a precision work or a very accurate work or very accurate product, then you can use the AI technology, collecting data, analyzing that, broad intelligence, yeah, and also enhance way of life for better. But again, at the same time, we must remember that with having both of these, IoT and also AI, while making the life of the community, also the people better, but there will be setbacks. As mentioned in the last 5 years, we are predicting that out of, let's say, 150 jobs, there will only remain about 72 jobs. Yeah? But then again, as mentioned in the video just now, IoT and AI will actually need us to be retrained to use the new technology to be more relevant. All right. So utilizing IoT and AI. So how can actually, what will be the impact of IoT and AI if we utilize it? It is a creation of a world-class interconnected community, as what is happening today, where we are connected with, even though we don't use face-to-face interaction. So this is what we have been talking 20 years ago, world without boundaries. Yeah. And secondly, is easy access and fast interactions. We can talk to each other very fast, and we can make decisions online very fast, even though we can't meet up. for any meetings and whatnot. For knowledge, information, and business sharing, this is again the beauty of having IoT and AI. That is, we are able to share our knowledge, our information, and also our business opportunities. Fourthly, will be modernization and high-tech outlook. It seems that in the old days we don't have our phones around with us, but nowadays you can see with AI and also IoT, we have our phone around. We can talk with our friends, our colleagues, with our employer and employees on the phone anywhere we go. And at the moment, I'm talking to you while I'm on my way to my office. So again, just imagine, this is the concept of using IoT and AI. And last but not least, a platform towards IR 4.0 and onwards. So hopefully, we wish that IoT and AI will be upgraded from time to time, and we will be having a lot of opportunities to enhance the well-being of the community. All right, this is the IoT in smart cities. I'll just share a little bit of this so that we can actually spare more time on other issues.
Excuse me, Prof. Idrus.
Yes.
We cannot hear your sound from the presentation. So before you share the screen, you need to also share the sound from the same button that you press for share screen.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe.
But anyway, this is the summary that I have for the video. Maybe if anybody wanted to get the slide, I think you can get it from the organizer. Just to share with you, right? So this is the summary of the video, the smart city, IoT, smart city, smart devices and clouds. We have this waste management, environment, we have the traffic and also transport management. This is all what we say about connecting the IoT and also the smart cities, safety and monitoring programs, and also energy management and sustainability. So this will be the relationship between what you call the IoT, AI, and also the smart cities. Right. So again, looking at the impacts of the three sectors, as I mentioned earlier, I think the first sector will be the education and also academics development. There are a few things that we have to address. One is education and academics usually will be about technology. So with IoT and also AI, it can enhance information sharing between the academician and also researchers and also students. Secondly, it will be assisting in enhancing the efficiency and effectiveness of teaching and learning. Well, since 2020, when we have this pandemic, we have been having problem at the initial stage of going online, fully online, because we can't do face to face. But now, I believe after a year of experiencing the so-called MCO or the movement control order, I think we are used to it and we are getting better and better in using fully online system. Thirdly is to provide alternative technologies for contactless teaching and learning. As a academician, I believe all of you especially Adri members, you have been, doing your best, yeah, your best to actually ensure that we are not going to stop the teaching and learning process, but we are still going to continue with whatever we have and learn the learning process and learn from the problems that we encounter. And Alhamdulillah, I think in Malaysia, we all the academicians, teachers especially, they are able to overcome a lot of obstacles and problems during the so-called contactless teaching and learning. Possible cheaper, but maintain the quality of education. If we can actually use partially online system, I think it will make the fee cheaper for the students and affordable for them. And at the same time, we can maintain the quality of education. Create a safe and also secure data bank, because at the moment, I think initially we are having problem with how can we prepare questions, open-ended questions, and make sure that the students are not copying with each other and cheating. But I think, I believe we have learned after a year of this going for online, fully online. I think we are able to actually overcome a lot of these issues and challenges. Easy access and communication among students and academics. It means that it makes our life easier to communicate nowadays. But again, there are setbacks in Malaysia where if you don't have a good, internet access, then you are going to have a big problem in accessing the classes and whatnot. But the government at the same time are also learning how to prepare the infrastructure for the teaching and learning, and they are also giving a lot of feedback, also effort by communicating with the internet or the telecommunication provider, so that all students, lecturers, academicians, and also teachers are able to go online without interruption. And last but not least, it provides free info and also creates borderless educational world where we call it global education. And in Malaysia, we are now going towards global technopreneur initiatives. And this will be for the next 10 to 20 years what we are going to achieve. All right. So I'll skip this one because, hello? Okay, I'll skip the artificial intelligence education because this is quite long. So I'll just give you a summary of the video. What is mentioned in the video is classes beyond classroom. It means that we conduct classes beyond the classroom, where we actually will be taking the what is happening outside into the classroom. So we can share by using videos and whatnot, and students will be able to, given the opportunity to ask questions about the videos, the content of videos, and so on. And then we can actually exercise or conduct hybrid learning, personalized learning, smart campuses. We are able to actually produce or have these smart campuses. And then last but not least will be information portal. We can create information portal so that students and also lecturers alike will be able to actually interact in that portal or get information that they wish to actually conduct their classes. Yeah. So what will be the impacts on business development? I've got another, I believe I've got another 5 to 10 minutes. Okay, bear with me, please. Impacts on business development. With IoT and also artificial intelligence, we have this high profit with high rate of promotion. Well, because if you go into some platform promotion or advertisement, they are using robots now. Robots, that is online robots. So the online robot will be replying to you. If they are not online, then the robot will be replying to you saying that it is at the moment of the office hours, will be contacting you tomorrow. See, it is all robotic. Yeah, artificial intelligence. Wider market coverage for borderless. You see, if you have this online IoT and also artificial intelligence, you can get wider market. You can access wider market, and you can promote your products in a wider market. It's not only in Indonesia, it's not only in Malaysia, but the worldwide. You can go, your market can go to almost more than 150 countries worldwide. Yeah, and thirdly is a fast system, or interactive system. So I believe some of you, familiar with Shopee, Lazada, shopping online. So I think you can notice that with the infrastructure, the computer infrastructure or internet infrastructure, I believe you notice that the response are very interactive and very fast. Yeah, and many products can be provided on sale at any time with more revenue. Yeah? There are more opportunities to create more revenue. And last but not least, created more downstream industries. So you just imagine during the COVID-19 in Malaysia, especially, but I believe in Indonesia, you are it's also the same, where if you want to buy something from market or from any shops online, there will be people sending the product that you ordered. And initially, before the COVID-19 MCO, you can rarely see people sending delivery products or goods to houses. But now it is something which is very familiar. You can see people going around motorbikes, in cars, in vans, delivering a lot of things, yeah, products which were bought online. So this created another downstream industries. In Malaysia, we have the JNT, we have the Ninja Van, which is expanding its what you call the offices and also the business.
Yeah,
So,
excuse me, Prof. Idrus. So, excuse me, please. Your time is just 1 minute. Okay, can you
all right.
explain?
Thank you. So this is an example of online advertisement. You can go online by selling anything from food to household, even the house itself. Yeah. So what will be the impacts on transportation development plus tourism? Yeah. Initially, when we talk about transportation and tourism, we talk about negative impact because people are not moving or going around. But now you can see that with IoT and AI, it is considered as a catalyst to modernization of our transportation system and also modernization of our tourism marketing. It is considered as high-tech, fast, efficient, and effective. The existence of mass transit using IoT and also AI, sustainability, green technology is being promoted, and people are talking about new and renewable energy just because of having this AI and also IoT as our base technology. And last but not least will be user-friendly system. Safe, that is the most important thing, and also environmental friendly. Right. I'm sorry because I also cannot show you this, but this is something interesting about how the evolution of the train system in the world. And this happened in China, and I believe in America, we are adopting it. In Malaysia, we are also adopting the technology. And in Indonesia, I believe it is the same. Yeah. Right. What will be the roles of academic and research? These are the rules. This has been mentioned by Professor Herman Shah. Yeah. Everything is about looking into what you call the ranking and rating and so on. But again, IoT and big data is something which we are doing since the establishment of university. We collect data, we analyze data, we share data, and we apply. And it's called information sharing. So, but again, with IoT, And with big data technology, this will make our life much more easier. Right. Last but not least, talking about our credits, thesis, and also publications. These are our outcome. Just now, Professor Hermansyah has been talking about the publications, about rating and ranking. Academics contribution will be on the knowledge data bank, catalyst to civilization, because with all the data, all the knowledge that we have, it will be impacting on the civilization, what we are going to generate in the future, what sort of community we are going to establish. It will be an asset to world, national, and also community, and it will be our heritage and development tracks for the future generation to ponder back in the future. So this is something that we have to do now, even though it's difficult, but one day, inshallah, our younger generation, our future generation will be talking about what happens in 2020 and also 2021. As a concluding
Okay,
remarks.
Professor, excuse me, how many pages again?
Yes,
because your time is up.
Yeah, I'm concluding now.
Okay.
The success factors for IoT and AI in human lives, especially in education, is the will to change and a mindset paradigm shift is needed. Yeah, and technology changes easily, but human always resist change. This is some fact, and we cannot deny it. But again, we have to change if we want to be relevant. Human is not robot. Imperfections create challenges towards development. However, whatever things that we do, we must remember that we are human. So we shouldn't expect our colleagues, our employees to be treated as robots, and they shouldn't be expected to perform as robots. That is one thing that we have to remember. Academics can make a change in the community in good and bad times. Yeah. So we as academicians, we must be flexible and we must use our wisdom to ensure that we can contribute to the community in whether it's in good times or bad times. And last but not least, leaderships and teamwork determine the success for a better future. Without good leadership, without excellent leadership, and without good teamwork, I don't believe that we can be building a better future. So with that, I thank you very much. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And I apologize for any shortcomings.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi. Okay, thank you, Professor. This is a very interesting presentation. I would like to ask you, so you say that IoT and AI will generate profit for the company. How can it be to generate profit for the company? Because we know that profit will be from the sale.
Okay, so if you remember that Alibaba or Jack Ma were the first group of people, created the first group of people and created the first system to actually go online, fully online. And at that time, we in this region, we are still using promotion, using shopping centers, outlets and whatnot. But they go online. And now what happened during the MCO? They are very successful. They have a lot of revenues just because people ordered online. And you can see there's a lot of shops and even companies who closed down during the MCO. Why? Because they can't generate revenue. So AI is something which is helping the business to actually respond immediately. That's why when I say advertisement or response system using online robotic will help the company to generate revenue and also to get more customers, for their business.
Okay, what about if we use the IoT and also AI in the shop floor production? So you say that something Alibaba and so on, this is just talking about the service company and also trading company. And if we use the IoT and AI in the shop floor production, what can we do? How the company can utilize them?
Shop floor?
Yeah, shop floor production.
All right. I think one of the things we must remember that there must be some a good judgment in using IoT and also AI. We cannot use one tool to do everything. So IoT and also AI complement the some shop floor businesses. But again, at the same time, we must also remember that for tourism, for example, you can promote tourism through using IoT and also artificial intelligence. But then, how do you want to make sure that they come to your place? That is something which you have to cater. For example, when you have promoted and people responded to your promotion or your advertisement, and they wanted to go to your place, how do you entertain them? So definitely you have to actually abide to the SOPs, yeah, to ensure that they come and that they will be benefiting from your promotion. Because nowadays, if you can see, there are a lot of scammers. They say that they promote this and that. At the same time, when delivering, they are not able to deliver. This is something we shouldn't do. So some industries, it can be used fully 100%, but therefore certain industries, this is something the IoT and the AI is only a complementary tool to enhance their market.
Okay, thank you, Professor. This is very interesting presentation. So since the time is up, perhaps there are also some questions through the chat. Perhaps can you also answer through the chat also, because your time is up now. So again and again, thank you so much. So everybody, please give applause to Prof. Dr. Idris. Yeah, and this is for your certificate. Yeah. As a certificate from the committee. Okay, for your participant. Thank you, and again, we hope that for the next time you will also participate again. Okay, again and again, thank you so much.
Okay, Assalamualaikum.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Okay, for the next keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Muhammad Rizal Arshad, Deputy Vice Chancellor, University Malaysia. Are you with us?
Yes,
Dr.
yes,
Muhammad.
Yes.
Okay, Prof. Dr. Rizal. Okay, thank you for your participation in this conference. So the time for you to make the presentation. Okay, please.
Okay. Let me share my slides. I will share my slides. Oops. Oh, wait. Okay. Can you see my slides?
Okay, we can see.
You can see my slide. Okay.
Okay, I can see.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof, Mr. Chairman. So, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Muhammad Rizal Arshad. I'm currently the Deputy Vice Chancellor for Academic and International at University Malaysia Perlis, one of the public university in Malaysia. So I'll be sharing on, actually my VC was invited, but he got something that he cannot attend, so I'm replacing him for the presentation. But this is my take on my topic that I will share with you. So it's about new normal in varsity campus, which is educating and preparing university stakeholders. So for Malaysia, we have started, we went into lockdown, a partial lockdown for COVID-19 since the 18th of March last year, 2020. It's about nearly about a year now. So since 18th of March for UNIMAP, my university, we were in the second semester of our academic session for intake of 2019-2020. And we have just completed the first half of the second semester, meaning about 6 weeks of the second semester. And suddenly we were asked it was a lockdown nationwide, so we cannot continue. So it changed the way we have to deliver our academic content, the teaching and learning for our students. For your information, UNIMAP is we are the technical vocational university, mainly on engineering and technology. So so quite significant number of courses and programs in the university are hands-on or lab-based. So it was a challenge to us because we are heading the academic and international programs. So how to manage the situation? So for us, we believe that we believe on the saying that learning is a process whereby knowledge is created through transformation of experience, where people go through real experience and they learn. They got the derivative knowledge from the experience. So as a university, as one of the public university of Malaysia, so we are adopting the model of global university because we would like our students to be a global citizens. That means they can, in terms of jobs, they are not limited to the Malaysian borders. They can also go and work or create jobs in other countries in Asia and outside in the world, throughout the world. And majority or almost all of the programs in UNIMAM, in my university, we are accredited by the Washington Accord, meaning that our graduates and also Sydney Accord for the technologies. So that's because we are aiming the so-called global university characteristic, or we would like our students to be a global graduates. That means they are internationally recognized. So you can see here, mission model of global university talk about global mission, global collaboration, knowledge production, a new roles of faculty, diversified funding, multi-sector linkages, worldwide equipment, etc. So these are quite important traits or characteristic of what the so-called of a global university. And in almost all public universities in Malaysia, we are now have already started, and I think some of them have completed mapping their goals and future strategic plans to what we call the SDG, the Sustainable Development Goals, the 17 goals of the SDG. And I think I believe in Indonesia and many other countries, if not all the countries, are also now started to map their long-term strategic goals to the SDGs. So this is important because the more international we are, the more clear we are to the global agenda. And not just global thinking, but of course we are solving local problems, but global in terms of our thinking in our strategic planning. Because at the end of the day, in order to solve global problems, we need to work globally, internationally. So though we have problems locally, in the bigger picture, we must know our place in the bigger picture in the international scene. So that's why in UNIMAM and in public universities, especially in Malaysia, we are all the strategic goals and long-term planning are now mapped to the SDG. And for Malaysia, I will relate back to the challenges due to pandemic COVID-19, but I just want to highlight the background to our strategy. So this is the Malaysian Education Blueprint, which was launched in 2015 before the pandemic, supposedly go for 10 years until 2025. Of course, now in Malaysia, we have to do a lot of fine-tuning and of the actual implementation, but the bigger agenda stays. I mean, the 10 shift, we call it. These are the 10 shift. And for UNIMAM, as one of the Malaysian Technical University, we are aiming for the number 4 shift, which is a quality TVET graduates. If you see on the slides, the number 4 is a quality TVET. TVET means teaching, vocational and education training. So that means for engineers and technologists. So we are aiming for that. So because of this, in terms, as I said, in terms of planning, we have adopted the plan, but because of pandemic since last year, it has basically disrupt quite significantly our plan and our implementation. So as someone who are in charge of academic and international aspect in the university, I do believe that there is an academic ecosystem that we must sustain, that we must ensure alive and thrive, so that we can really meet the agenda or the reason the establishment of academic institution. So there is an ecosystem in terms of education, the content of that we are delivering. And I always tell my friends in the university that for a university, the core is academic programs. We must make sure that the academic programs is flexible, is agile, is robust to the needs of the future. Because yes, I saw the presentation on the research output, papers, patent. Yes, that is important. But at the end of the day, a university core work is academic, teaching and learning. If you have a very strong research activities, but very weak or poor academic delivery, we stop to become a higher education, higher learning education institution or university, because the core must always be focused on academic content. So we talk about research, of course, because it's a partner, it completes the picture in terms of fundamental research, in terms of applied research, providing technology solutions to the industry, etc. And this is part and parcel. And UNIMEM, as one of the Malaysian Technical University, we do have quite a serious focus on this, and we do aim for number of citations, number of patents, and Alhamdulillah, I think for 2020, UNIMED was the second highest patent, new patent in terms of numbers in Malaysia. We have the second highest number of patents last year in Malaysia University. And of course, in innovation, you talk about applied research, prototyping, and also industry. So I heard just now you talk about triple helix. We talk about quadruple helix now. That means the 4 elements of innovation, not just triple helix. That means there are more than what we assume in order for us to really bring an impact to society. So when the pandemic occurred since last year, we had a problem to shift our planning, because as a university, we put a lot of emphasis on face-to-face mode of teaching and learning. There's a lot of, like as I said earlier, because we are a technical university, there's a lot, about at least 50% of our component are hands-on experience, lab-based, and this is not practical, it's not possible since last year. Only recently we have, since November last year, we have started slowly allowing a smaller group of students come back to the campus to do their hands-on components. So we always believe that the new, the current teaching and learning agenda should be student-centered higher education ecosystem. It's not about teacher-centered, it's about student-centered. So when we have this agenda in our mind, we have for UNIMED since 6th of April last year, we got, for Malaysia, we went into lockdown since 18th of March 2020 last year, but we have restarted our academic schedule on the 6th of April last year, fully online. To be honest, we were not prepared. We were not prepared to do an online, honestly, but we learned it on the job. We improved it. And I think after about a month or two into the progress since 6th of April last year, I think things have improved. The lecturers have now adapted well to the mode of online teaching, and the students now adapted well to participate in class via online. Of course, as a developing country, we still have problem in terms of internet access, device access to device, in terms of the surroundings. Sometimes students coming from the low income bracket, they live in a small house, and imagine having 2 or 3 of you and your siblings having to share maybe one laptop or one handphone to follow online classes. So this is real issues faced by our students. But this is only realizable, we only realize about real problem when we embark on a full online teaching and learning approach. So this was our aim last year. Our priority is our student, so they must be able to complete their study and to get the knowledge flow. It is about knowledge flow. I think the discussion is about knowledge flow. How do you then transfer the knowledge that they should get if they went to a real hands-on to an online mode of acquiring the knowledge? So this is very challenging. And the other, of course, is how do you then ensure that your assessment of the attainment of the content of the academic curriculum have an element of security, integrity, so that we know there's no plagiarism, cheating in terms of assessment. So this is a real issue when we embark on online teaching and learning. And for the record, I think the Malaysian Higher Education Ministry have set a target that by the year of 2025, 50% of all the subject offered in all the public university will be blended learning, blended mode. I mean, blended means it's not 100% face-to-face, but it will be blended, partially online, synchronous, asynchronous mode of learning. So this is the future kind of the background, the framework of academic teacher learning now in Malaysia. We call it transformative learning. We talk about future-ready curriculum. We talk about innovative delivery, about alternative assessment, redesigning our learning spaces. So with the hope that we're going to produce what we call a value-infused future-proof talent. So this is our the bigger guiding scenario for our university in Malaysia. So of course we talk about for the pandemic. During this pandemic, it's all about future smart teaching and learning. I think both the lecturers especially, and also of course the students must now be more accepting to the realities of time, that they now have to accept that online teacher learning will be part and parcel of learning in universities nowadays. Personally, I don't think there is no way going back to the normal before the pandemic. That means a lot of priorities on face-to-face, because the reality is we need to accept that blended learning, synchronous mean non-real-time learning is part and parcel of new way of teaching and learning. And I think I followed the first keynote speech by the professor from Taiwan. I think I agree with him that you talk about you can learn a lot even from the social media, from the platform that is visited quite often by the students and the lecturers. So you talk about future smart teaching and learning, and this is a challenge. You talk about smart learning environment, you talk about smart pedagogies, you talk about smart education, how the policies must be. Sometimes the tools are advanced, but our policies are not that fast. The policies are the old policies, but the gadgets are new gadgets. The software are new software, so it doesn't jive. So there's a lot of problems. So all must move in sync so that we can now give the best for our students. So even the pedagogies, how the lecturers, how the instructor teach and deliver their content, they cannot no longer depend on their old understanding or before the pandemic. So this is it is summarized in what we call a smart learners. Smart learners is not just for the student, but also for the instructors, for the lecturers, for the docent, that they must now become smart learners and smart instructors. So I think because we believe that we talk about smart learning environment, and in UNIMEM under my office, we really put a lot of emphasis on smart learning environment. We talk about adapting to learning content, recommends coming out with learning tools or strategies, ensuring that we are matching it to real world content. And the point is ensuring that our platform are not it's not locked to certain softwares, not locked to certain gadgets or certain device. Because when it is locked, then we have immediately introduced constraint and obstacle to our students to access our content. So the smart learning environment will provide an ubiquitous or generic kind of access and generic kind of computing device. So these are some of the elements of smart learning environment that we are exploring now in UNIMED, and I'm sure in many other universities in Malaysia. So I believe I think all of us in here are academics. We have subject to teach, and we have this golden triangle. We have the teaching and learning. We have the learning outcomes that we plan for the student. We plan it, we execute it, and we access the attainment of the student to the learning outcomes. So then it loops. So this is the golden triangle. The challenge is, how do we then transfer this golden triangle to a blended approach, to a more for example, assessment rather than face-to-face exam to an alternative assessment mode, and yet still maintain the integrity and the reliability of the results in terms of attaining or assessing the attainment of the students. So this is what we are talking about in relation to the smart education environment or smart learning environment. So in UNIMAP, in my university, we talk about all the pillars. We talk about academic pillars, research and innovation pillars, services and problem by the supporting departments in terms, and we talk about informed and evidence-driven. So we must be data informed, or not just data driven, but the most important is data informed. When we make decision, is based on data analytics, on real data, on valid data. So we talk about, and the supporting the three bottom foundation is important in the smart learning or this post pandemic COVID-19 learning higher education scenario, in terms of governance, in terms of resources, and also able and optimum talent. So these are issues, real issues that will be faced by, I would say, many universities if you want to change and move and really adapt to the change of time in terms of the challenges. I don't think it is feasible to be hoping that we will going to return to the days before the pandemic. I don't think the days will come, to be frank. I think we need now to be able to accept that we are moving forward, and the challenges forward needs instruct or forces us to change. So I think this is my, I know it's a short presentation, but I think our experience, and I'm sure your experience, since the start of the pandemic, this COVID-19, it changed us. It changed. We have coming out with so many new policies to adapt to the new realities. And I think our students, our instructors, our not just students and academics, our supporting staff, our technical staff, they have also changed. And we have realized that, as I said before this, we realized that everyone or every component of the university must change in sync, because we realize sometimes our intent are good, but our policies take so long to change, so which hinders our progress. So I think we need to learn to adapt and adopt as a person, team, and as a university. We must always be data informed, not just data driven, but data informed in making decision and selecting the best alternative. We must learn and unlearn and relearn the new skills in the era of IR 4.0, as mentioned by some of the speakers before, and also the post-pandemic challenges. And I think as a university, you must be able to think and act dynamically in these changing times and changing challenge. So I think that's my sharing today. So thank you. I return back to the chairman, Prof. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Rizal. Yeah, very nice, interesting, and I agree with you. Let's to work together. I have one question only. So, actually, what is the standard for the global university in Malaysia? Could you explain?
Oh, okay. When you talk, the slide that I shown earlier, much earlier, that is a very generic slide lah.
Oh, this is
correct. This is a generic slide. This is a generic slide. But when you talk about, for example, knowledge production, I think in Malaysia there are a few categories of university. We have about, not many as Indonesia, of course. We have about 21 public university. We have about 5 what we call 6 research university. So these universities are geared toward producing high impact research output, papers, citations, patents, and we have like us, we are the technical university. We have 4 Malaysian technical university. We have 4. One of them is our university. This is aimed towards producing skilled workers in terms of like Fachhochschule kind of approach in Germany. So, but when you talk about global university, they talk about rankings. Ranking is also taken as one of the element of times higher education ranking and QS ranking. They have all the criteria. similar criteria adopted in order to measure whether your university is considered as global university. I would say one of them is international component, internationalization or international components in your presence in your university. For example, we have a quota, we need to aim at least up to 10% of our students must be international students. That's one thing. For example, at least 5% of our academic staff must be from outside of Malaysia. So we have in our university from Indonesia, some of our docents are from Indonesia. So some from Thailand, we have from Japan. So there are list of characteristics. It's not much different from the time higher education or QS ranking kind of criteria. So that's how I would respond to your question, Prof.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Yeah, very nice presentation. I think it's enough. So please everybody to give applause to Prof. Dr. Rizal. So you applause please to Dr. Rizal.
Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Rizal.
Thank you very much, Prof.
Perhaps there are some certificate from the committee. Hello, Ibu Ella. So can you share the certificate? This is Prof. Your certificate for your dedication to
thank you very much, Prof.
in
Thank
this
you very much.
presentation. Thank you.
And Prof, if I may say, we would welcome collaboration and collaborative work with our partners from anyone here who's listening. Thank you very much, Prof.
Okay, thank you. We will collaborate with you and your university. Thank you. And
Thank
also,
you,
if possible, and the COVID is over, we will go to Malaysia to visit your campus.
Please do come to
Okay,
Perlis.
thank you. To Perlis. Yeah. Okay, thank you. So now continue for the next presenter from Professor Dr. Nuarul Hilal bin Muhammad Dahlan from University Utara Malaysia, the College of Law. Are you with us, Prof. Dr.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam. Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. How are you, Prof?
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah, everything is
How's
okay
the
with you.
situation in Surabaya?
Surabaya is good also. Yeah.
COVID-19 is reducing.
Reducing very fast.
From Kedah, University Utara Malaysia, northern part of Malaysia, Peninsular Malaysia, just 10 kilometers from the Thailand border. So COVID-19 in Kedah is reducing. Yesterday, if I'm mistaken, about 15 new cases. But it is reducing to a substantial number. Eventually, it went to maybe 200, 300 a day. But now it's becoming lesser and lesser, 15 new cases. In Changlun, in my area, it's hot. There's already a few months, no raining season. We are awaiting raining season. So I would like to present topic, but I think this topic is written in English, Bahasa Melayu. I believe that all of us, majority can speak this Nusantara language.
Yeah, okay, Malayu language.
Melayu, Bahasa Melayu. In Indonesia, they call it Bahasa Indonesia. In Malaysia, they call it Bahasa Melayu. So this paper actually is written with all my experiences as an activist in academic association. I was president for several years, and also now vice president one for the Malaysian Academic Association Congress under Professor Dato Dr. Idris Masirin. I would like to talk about the welfare of the staff, the challenges and the issues that faced by the academic staff in facing the new challenges, for example, COVID, and also there is a new norms in Malaysia for the last maybe 5 to 10 years ago until now, that we are emphasizing on the world university ranking, achievement, all are in statistic form, and everybody, every university are pushing hard to increase their ranking status and achievement. In the midst of these challenges and responsibility, we
Excuse
also
me, Prof. Excuse me, do you use the PPT presentation or not?
I will share the presentation paper in a few seconds.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
in the midst of this challenge, we are facing motivational problem, hiccups, and also stress, as well as the issue of welfare of the staff. And based on the previous paper, from my observation, the emphasis is on the matter about something regarding the achievement, the KPI, the objective of the institution. But now I want to share the information and my experience regarding the grassroots and challenges and issues faced by the grassroots, particularly the academic staff. I would like to share my paper. Do you see?
Okay, I can see.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Nama saya Nur Wajib.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Daripada Pusat Pengajian Undang-Undang, saya jugalah Naib Presiden Naib Presiden 1 Malaysian Academic Association Congress dan juga mantan Presiden Persatu Universiti Utara Malaysia, Persatuan Staf Akademik Universiti Utara Malaysia. So jadi di sini saya ingin menekankan bahawa pengurusan pengajian tinggi di Malaysia ini sebenarnya terletak di bahu dan tanggungjawab Kerajaan Persekutuan di Putrajaya. Jadi di sini di Malaysia di sini kita mempunyai perlembagaan persekutuan. Bidang kuasa tanggungjawab untuk mengurus mentadbir pengajian tinggi adalah di bawah Kerajaan Persekutuan Putrajaya. Maksudnya Kerajaan Persekutuan di Putrajaya mempunyai kuasa penuh untuk memastikan semua polisi-polisi yang telah dibuat dipatuhi di seluruh negeri di Malaysia daripada Sabah hingga Perlis, 13 buah negeri, agar menurut segala dasar-dasar dan perkeli-perkeli yang telah dikeluarkan oleh Kerajaan Pusat Putrajaya dalam mengurus dan mentadbir serta membangunkan sesebuah universiti. Ini adalah salah satu kuasa kerajaan pusat. Terdapat juga kuasa-kuasa kerajaan negeri di mana kerajaan pusat tidak mempunyai apa-apa peranan. Contohnya pengurusan dan pentadbiran tanah, contohnya kerajaan tempatan, local authorities. Namun begitu, pelajaran tinggi termasuk universiti adalah di bawah bidang kuasa Kementerian Pengajian Tinggi, iaitu di bawah Federal Authority, Kerajaan Persekutuan di Putrajaya. Apa-apa dasar KPI dan juga polisi-polisi baru, contohnya mengenai ranking, KPI tertentu yang dibebankan ke atas universiti awam di Malaysia ini adalah di bawah bidang kuasa sepenuhnya Kerajaan Persekutuan. Jadi di universiti awam di Malaysia ini tertaluk dengan beberapa undang-undang, khususnya undang-undang yang dinyatakan di bawah Akta Universiti dan Kolej 1971 dan Akta Badan Berkanun tahun 2000. Jadi apakah konten ataupun kandungan Akta Universiti? Akta Universiti ini bertujuan untuk memberi kuasa-kuasa dan juga bidang ruang lingkup sesebuah universiti itu agar melaksanakan tanggungjawab mereka, dan juga dinyatakan juga kuasa serta tanggungjawab menteri di atas universiti-universiti awam. Selain daripada itu juga terdapat peraturan pelajar dan tata tertib kaki tangan dan pelajar secara ringkas. Di bawah Akta Universiti dan Kolej AUKU 1971 juga diletakkan satu tanggungjawab kepada setiap universiti awam yang merupakan satu badan berkanun untuk mewujudkan perlembagaan masing-masing. Tujuan perlembagaan ini adalah untuk mentadbir dan mengurus serta menyusun organisasi struktur yang dalamnya ada jentera-jentera universiti, contohnya Naib Chancellor, pendaftar, bendahari, ketua perpustakawan, dekan, senat, jawatankuasa pengurusan universiti dan persatuan pelajar. Jadi cara spesifik dan secara detailnya adalah perlembagaan universiti ini lebih mengkhusus mengenai operasi harian. Sesebuah universiti itu harus ditadbir dengan diberinya kuasa-kuasa tertentu kepada Naib Chancellor sebagai orang yang bertanggungjawab bagi memastikan pembangunan sesebuah universiti dan serta kuasa universiti. Terdapat beberapa senarai kuasa-kuasa universiti yang dinyatakan dalam perlembagaan universiti. Salah satunya adalah untuk mewujudkan program-program dan juga menganugerah ijazah-ijazah tertentu kepada orang-orang tertentu setelah menjalani proses yang telah ditetapkan. Selain daripada itu, undang-undang yang memastikan disiplin dan tingkah laku pekerja universiti adalah di bawah Akta Badan Berkanun, Tata Tertib dan Secas tahun 2000. Di dalam Akta Badan Berkanun ini dinyatakan apakah kesalahan-kesalahan dan disiplin, tindakan disiplin yang boleh dikenakan ke atas pekerja universiti sekiranya mereka ini telah melakukan sesuatu kesalahan yang boleh dikenakan hukuman, antaranya tidak amanah, hukuman kesalahan tidak amanah, tidak jujur, tidak cekap ataupun terlibat dengan kesalahan jenayah di luar universiti atau di dalam universiti sehingga boleh dikenakan hukuman yang ditetapkan di bawah Akta Badan Berkanun seperti dibuang kerja, diturunkan pangkat, dipotong gaji dan sebagainya. Dan di dalam Akta Badan Berkanun ini juga dinyatakan prosiding, penyiasatan, prosedur dan prosedur rayuan kepada pihak-pihak terbabit dalam menguruskan tindakan tata tertib dan memastikan proses keadilan undang-undang itu dapat dilaksanakan secara adil dan saksama kepada pihak-pihak terbabit bagi memastikan jentera universiti itu dapat berjalan dengan baik. Jadi cabaran-cabaran yang saya lihat lebih sukar dan lebih menjelma yang kita hebat sekali selepas negara, polisi-polisi kerajaan persekutuan menekankan tentang ranking dalam QS, the Time World Ranking Top 300, contohnya Global Matrix Ranking Web of University dan lain-lain world ranking yang ditetapkan. Jadi di samping kita ingin memastikan Malaysia ini sebagai sebuah pusat dan hub pendidikan tinggi yang tersohor di dunia dapat mewujudkan satu suasana kondusif bagi mencipta ilmu, bagi menjana ilmu dan juga untuk disseminate ilmu itu, untuk menyebarkan luas ilmu itu. Ini telah diukur melalui ranking QS, World Ranking Top 300 dan sebagainya ini. Jadi bila World Ranking ini diperkenalkan di Malaysia sejak 10 tahun lepas, maka pelbagai program, pelbagai penerangan, pelbagai KPI telah diletakkan di atas bahu institusi awam termasuk juga institusi swasta di Malaysia agar KPI itu dapat dicapai dan pada setiap tahun dapat dipertingkatkan secara konsisten dan ini juga dapat memastikan nama baik kerajaan terjaga dan boleh menarik ramai pelajar-pelajar antarabangsa agar belajar di Malaysia dan ini juga boleh memakmurkan ekonomi Malaysia. Okey, ini adalah bermulanya satu paradigma baru di dalam universiti awam di Malaysia mengenai cabaran-cabaran dan isu-isu yang timbul daripada KPI yang telah ditetapkan tadi demi memastikan World Ranking QS, the World University THE World University Ranking, Webometric University Ranking ini dapat dicapai dengan jayanya. Ini adalah beberapa universiti di Malaysia, saya daripada Universiti Utara Malaysia Jadi universiti-universiti ini mempunyai tanggungjawab besar bagi memastikan KPI dan juga polisi-polisi kerajaan persekutuan di Putrajaya melalui Kementerian Pengajian Tinggi dapat dilaksanakan. Jadi selain daripada universiti secara spesifiknya, Vice Chancellor, Naib Chancellor universiti yang dilantik, yang baru-baru dilantik mempunyai tugas besar bagi memastikan kelestarian dan kecapaian, capaian pelbagai KPI khususnya ranking ini dapat dipertingkatkan. Secara tidak langsung juga ini memberi satu cabaran besar kepada akademik, staf-staf akademik di Malaysia pada hari ini. Kita dapat beberapa isu, ini adalah berdasarkan pemerhatian saya dan pengalaman saya sebagai aktivis akademik di Universiti Awam, baik di peringkat universiti di Universiti Utara Malaysia maupun melalui MAAC, Malaysian Association of Academic Congress. Terdapat beberapa isu yang pada pandangan saya perlu dibaiki dan ditambah baik bagi memastikan jentera universiti itu bertambah hebat dan dapat memberi keadilan dan polisi-polisi yang mesra kepada staf akademik. Dengan cara ini kebajikan staf akademik akan terjaga dan staf akademik ini mempunyai kesetiaan dan kepercayaan yang baik kepada pimpinan Universiti Awam dan negara. Apabila mempunyai kepercayaan yang baik dan juga mempunyai harapan yang dapat dipenuhi dan dijaga kebajikan mereka, saya percaya ini akan memberi mereka akan memberi sumbangan yang bermakna kepada institusi yang mereka bekerja, tidak secara langsung dapat membantu universiti masing-masing mencapai KPI dan pembangunan universiti akan berjalan secara baik dan meriah. Salah satu isu pertama ialah isu autonomi. Maksud autonomi ini setiap universiti awam ini diberi kuasa bebas, kuasa kebebasan tertentu oleh kementerian agar melaksanakan tanggungjawab, melaksanakan KPI, melaksanakan dasar-dasar yang telah ditetapkan oleh kerajaan pusat tanpa kerajaan pusat campur tangan secara terperinci dalam mengurus perjalanan universiti awam itu sehingga ke grassroots. Namun begitu terdapat isu-isu autonomi di mana apabila kerajaan pusat kurang melihat perjalanan di bawah di dalam institusi awam, terdapat juga, ini pandangan saya dan pandangan saya, keterisan daripada soal tata cara pengurusan tata tertib staf dan kenaikan pangkat staf. Terdapat perkara-perkara yang tidak sesuai telah dibuat yang pada pandangan saya tidak baik untuk dipraktikkan. Jadi dalam soal ini kerajaan persekutuan perlu campur tangan bagi memastikan keadilan dan juga dasar itu dapat dilaksanakan dengan melihat kepada kepentingan dan kebajikan para staf akademik dan staf yang lain. Seterusnya, apabila dikatakan autonomi, juga institusi awam di Malaysia dibebankan dengan tanggungjawab mencari dana sendiri, geran kewangan kerajaan yang berkurangan pada setiap tahun. Ini memberi cabaran kepada universiti awam untuk mencari sumber-sumber kewangan bagi menguruskan universiti. Jadi universiti awam ini perlukan dana yang mencukupi. Contohnya menukar peralatan-peralatan universiti yang telah usang, memastikan rumput-rumput dipotong, pokok-pokok itu dicantas, memberikan kemudahan kepada staf akademik untuk menghadiri konferen-konferen dalam negeri dan antarabangsa dan juga untuk membayar penerbitan-penerbitan tertentu. Jadi apabila geran kewangan kerajaan ini berkurangan, jadi tak secara langsung kemudahan-kemudahan ini dilupuskan kerana kekurangan dana. Dan ditambah juga dengan kegagalan serta kecekapan universiti awam untuk menjana bagi mencari wang sendiri melalui anak syarikat dan sebagainya.
Oke, Prof.
Jadi
Waktunya tinggal 5 menit.
5 minit
Ya, 5 menit. Ya, lebih cepat ya, Prof.
5 minit. Terima kasih. Seterusnya juga isu mengenai staf akademik awam ini bukan merupakan penjawat awam. Penjawat awam ini maksudnya di dalam perlembagaan Malaysia adalah terdiri daripada beberapa jenis perkhidmatan seperti perkhidmatan tentera, perkhidmatan Judicial and Legal Service, PTD ataupun guru. Jadi di sini saya melihat disebabkan pekerja universiti ini bukan tergolong sebagai pihak yang berstatus penjawat awam, terdapat kebajikan tertentu yang dinikmati oleh penjawat awam tidak dinikmati oleh pekerja universiti. Ini adalah salah satu daripada cabaran yang dihadapi oleh staf akademik di Malaysia. Contohnya isu perubatan selepas pencen tidak dinikmati oleh pekerja universiti sebagainya yang lebih dinikmati oleh pekerja awam di Malaysia. Dan lain-lain termasuk tata tertib dan disiplin yang saya lihat pada hemat saya longgar dan terdapat keterikan pelaksanaan di awam. Selain daripada itu, terdapat LPU yang kurang proaktif, kurang kreatif dan inovatif. Pada pandangan saya mereka kurang peka dengan masalah ataupun cabaran yang dihadapi oleh staf akademik bawahan. Jadi di sini menyebabkan tidak ada synchronize antara dasar-dasar yang ditetapkan dengan pelaksanaan yang jitu dan mantap. Jadi di sini ahli LPU perlu memahami tentang kekangan, tentang kemampuan, tentang limitasi dan aspirasi staf akademik di dalam universiti awam masing-masing. Ini bagi memastikan polisi-polisi yang telah ditetapkan itu dapat dilaksanakan secara baik, bukan setakat di kertas sahaja yang tidak dapat dilaksanakan. Jadi engagement berterusan itu perlu diteruskan, bukan setakat engagement bersama LPU, bukan setakat bersama BC, bukan setakat begitu juga engagement berterusan perlu juga dibuat secara berkala dengan menteri, dengan Kementerian Pergerakan Tinggi untuk memastikan dasar-dasar itu dapat dilaksanakan dan menteri dapat memahami apakah limitasi dihadapi oleh para staf akademik bagi menjayakan sebuah universiti itu. Melalui pendekatan ini, kami berharap menteri dapat merumuskan pendekatan-pendekatan tertentu yang boleh memastikan suasana win-win situation. Mesti dapat akademik juga mendapat masing-masing. Kita telah tekankan isu perubatan. Terusnya isu mengenai staf akademik yang pindah universiti. Terdapat staf UDM Ketua Malaysia mahu pindah ke Universiti Perguruan Sultan Andrews di Perak. Mungkin disebabkan oleh keperluan keluarga ataupun keperluan lain. Ataupun mahu berpindah ke Universiti Malaya di Kuala Lumpur disebabkan oleh keperluan-keperluan masing-masing. Apa yang berlaku gratuity ataupun golden handshake itu tidak dibawa berpindah sekali oleh staf akademik itu kepada universiti baru, melainkan universiti lama membenarkan. Gratuity itu maksudnya adalah satu bayaran lump sum yang akan diterima setelah pencen nanti yang besar juga, termasuk golden handshake. Ini adalah dikira bayaran tertentu sekiranya staf akademik itu tidak mengambil cuti untuk sejumlah waktu tertentu, dibayar dengan jumlah wang. Tapi ini tidak dibawa bersekali oleh pekerja universiti ataupun staf akademik universiti yang ingin berpindah ke universiti lain. Apakah perkara ini yang perlu ditekankan dan juga diberi pertimbangan yang sebaiknya bagi memudahkan mobiliti staf akademik berkenaan dan menjaga kebajikan mereka.
Okay, 1 minute, Prof. Still 1 minute.
Okey, saya terus kepada cadangan-cadangan. Isu-isu saya telah menekankan isu yang penting yang telah saya katakan tadi. Cadangan-cadangan saya adalah dasar-dasar sidang persekutuan perlu mesra, seimbang dan adil bagi membina serta memberi keuntungan kepada kerajaan Sarawak dan pemerintahan Sarawak seperti staf akademik dan sokongan. Antara pendekatan lain adalah perlunya perbincangan pelbagai hala dan engagement berterusan antara Universiti Awam, Kementerian Pengajian Tinggi dan Persatuan Staf Akademik bagi merealisasikan idealisme autonomi universiti yang diidam-idamkan. Perlunya peruntukan-peruntukan khusus dalam atau universiti dan college universiti serta perlembagaan universiti mengenai autonomi dalam aku dipinda bagi memberi kejelasan dan mengukuhkan kerangka dan kelicinan pelaksanaan autonomi Universiti Awam secara adil. Dan seterusnya, kenaikan pangkat perlu diberi ruang yang lebih lagi kepada staf ini agar menjaga motivasi dan semangat mereka untuk terus menyumbang kepada kemakmuran dan kejayaan sebuah universiti itu. Ini adalah beberapa gambar aktiviti kami yang dilaksanakan.
Ya, conclusion, Prof.
Dan di tempatan. Terima kasih.
Oke, terima kasih, Prof. Ya, sangat bagus sekali presentasinya. Saya ingin tanya satu saja. I only want to ask one question. How much is the minimum wage totally or lump sum received by the academic staff for the minimum?
Minimum di Malaysia ini dia ada standard ataupun nama-nama tertentu bagi seorang dari Perkataan Akademik Staff. Contohnya pensyarah. Pensyarah ni ada pensyarah DS 45, DS 52, DS 54, VK 7 adalah profesor, VK 6 profesor B, VK 5 profesor C dan terus ke atas 3. Jadi tuan mahu yang mana satu? Kalau yang muda umur 25 tahun mungkin gajinya DS 45 gajinya dalam lingkungan yang tiada PhD yang 45 saya pun tidak ingat, mungkin dalam 3,500 satu bulan. Setelah pensyarah ataupun dosen itu mempunyai PhD, dia akan naik pangkat jadi DS 52, roughly gajinya dengan allowance dalam 7 atau 8,000 begitu Malaysia. Dan ya mungkin tambah lagi dalam 2,000 jadi 10-11,000. Profesor kalau C itu campur sekali allowance dalam 16,000, 17,000 begitu. Itu pada pandangan saya dan seterusnya dia boleh pergi ke puluhan ribu. Jadi amat penting untuk menjaga motivasi para staf akademik dan kepercayaan mereka kepada kerajaan dan Universiti Awam di Malaysia, dan ini memberi semangat untuk terus menyumbang kepada kemakmuran dan pembangunan universiti masing-masing. Terima kasih.
Oke, terima kasih, Prof. Jadi tadi disebutkan dari minimumnya sekitar 3.500 Malaysia ringgit. Oke, thank you. So I think it's enough, Prof. So everybody please give applause to Prof. Nurulal. Yeah, okay. And this is, Prof, your certificate for you as your dedication.
Ini akan di-email kan itu?
Yeah, will be sent through email by the committee.
Okay, terima kasih.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. So now let's continue for the next presenter. From Professor Dr. Mukernas Siswoyo, Presiden DPD Adri Jawa Barat. Are you with us, Prof? Prof. Dr. Mukernas, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, Prof. How are you today?
I'm fine, thank you. And how are you?
Oh, fine so far. Okay, now you can make presentation and your time is about 15 minutes. Thank you, please.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa mawala la hawla wa la quwata illa billah amma ba'du. The Honorable President Adri, Associate Professor Mr. Dr. Fatoni Robdi, the Honorable General Secretary of Adri, Professor Eri Sarimana, MPD, all of the committee, all of the keynote speaker and participant. Alhamdulillah, praise be to Allah, the God Almighty, for His blessing, so we can attend for today occasion in the third Mukernas Adri with IC. Salawat and salam is given to the Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Ladies and gentlemen, today I would like to present adaptive leadership in the time of VUCA, but I want to present this in Bahasa. Thank you. Can I share screen?
Okay, you can share.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Terima kasih. Saya akan menyampaikan presentasi ini dalam bahasa Indonesia supaya juga lebih bisa komunikatif, serta saya sampaikan papernya dalam bahasa Inggris. Judul paper yang saya ingin sampaikan pada kesempatan ini adalah Adaptive Leadership in the Time of VUCA, Volatile, Uncertain, Complex, and Ambiguity for a Better Indonesia. Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati, istilah VUCA awalnya diciptakan oleh militer Amerika untuk menggambarkan suatu situasi geopolitik sebagai dampak dari perang dingin yang waktu itu perang dingin dengan Rusia. Namun seiring berjalannya waktu, istilah VUCA kemudian digunakan untuk oleh pemimpin bisnis strategis untuk mendeskripsikan lingkungan bisnis yang mengalami perubahan cepat, turbulen dan chaos. Nah, Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati, VUCA sesungguhnya singkatan dari Volatility, Uncertainty, Complexity, and Ambiguity. Volatility berarti sebuah perubahan, dinamika yang sangat cepat dalam berbagai hal, seperti di aspek sosial, ekonomi, dan politik. Uncertainty bermakna sulitnya memprediksi isu dan peristiwa yang saat ini sedang terjadi. Kemudian complexity adalah adanya gangguan dan kekacauan yang mengelilingi setiap organisasi, baik organisasi government maupun non-government. Ambiguity didefinisikan sebagai beban berat, realitas dan makna yang berbaur dari berbagai kondisi yang ada atau sebuah keadaan yang terasa mengambang dan kejelasannya masih dipertanyakan. Bapak Ibu sekalian, situasi VUCA ini yang saya kira saat ini juga kita rasakan betul betapa empat hal ini saat ini sedang melingkupi kita, sedang berada pada situasi ini kita saat ini, terutama di tengah situasi pandemi COVID-19 ini. Ya. Oleh karena itu, dunia kini mencari sebuah alternatif. Ada perubahan orientasi. Perubahan orientasi di mana di dalam menggerakkan organisasi, termasuk juga organisasi, bukan hanya organisasi yang bersifat profitable, tetapi organisasi-organisasi pemerintah dan organisasi non-profit juga sekarang tidak lagi sekedar mengandalkan mesin, alat, dan modal, tetapi juga mencari sumber daya manusia yang bertalenta, sumber daya manusia yang mempunyai strongly leadership, sumber daya manusia yang tentu dapat beradaptasi dengan situasi yang serba cepat, serba tidak menentu, serba ambigu. Dunia sekarang mencari pemimpin yang adaptif. Apa sih pemimpin yang adaptif itu, Bapak Ibu? Katz mengatakan bahwa seorang pemimpin diharapkan memiliki 3 keterampilan minimalnya. Pertama, keterampilan teknis atau technical skill, yaitu pengetahuan dan keterampilan seseorang dalam proses kebijakan administratif dan atau teknik. Yang kedua, keterampilan manusiawi atau human skills, kemampuan bekerja secara efektif dengan orang-orang dan membina kerjasama dengan tim. Yang ketiga, keterampilan konseptual, kemampuan untuk berpikir dalam kaitannya dengan model, kerangka hubungan yang luas, dan rencana kerja jangka panjang. Artinya di sini seorang pemimpin harus visioner, berpikir ke depan, tidak hanya berpikir untuk situasi pada saat ini. Lebih lanjut, Rainer Turangan di dalam DDI menjelaskan bahwa jika dikaitkan dengan tantangan masa depan, seorang pemimpin yang baik setidaknya memiliki kemampuan untuk adaptif terhadap ketidakpastian masa depan, kemampuan untuk bekerja lintas negara dan lintas budaya, serta kemampuan untuk menciptakan lingkungan yang inovatif. Bapak Ibu, dengan adanya VUCA yang merupakan dampak dari perubahan yang terjadi, kepemimpinan adaptif menjadi keniscayaan penting diterapkan dalam lingkungan kerja dimanapun, termasuk di dunia perguruan tinggi, di dunia pendidikan tinggi. Pemimpin yang memiliki potensi untuk menghadapi kritis, memiliki kemampuan untuk menilai informasi dan membuat keputusan di bawah berbagai tekanan dan permintaan merupakan fungsi yang amat kritikal dalam organisasi di era VUCA. Bapak Ibu sekalian, atas hal itu, model kepemimpinan adaptif dapat dilihat dalam slide sebagaimana berikut ini, di mana model kepemimpinan adaptif berada atau bisa digambarkan dalam 4 kontinum. Pada kontinum yang pertama antara stability dan looking, di mana seorang pemimpin yang adaptif harus dapat melakukan perubahan, harus mampu menciptakan felt need, perasaan kebutuhan untuk berubah bagi seluruh organisasi. Kemudian, seorang pemimpin yang adaptif juga harus mampu memperkenalkan perubahan kepada anggotanya. Dalam hal pemimpin yang visioner perlu merasa harus membuka diri, bersedia mendengar dan mengambil sikap, menerima kritik serta masukan dari siapapun, termasuk dari bawahan. Kemudian, pemimpin yang adaptif juga melakukan revisi dan penyempurnaan saran, ide, baik dari dalam maupun luar organisasi untuk mendukung proses perubahan dalam konteks mewujudkan berbagai hal termasuk contohnya pemulihan ekonomi di era atau di tengah pandemi COVID-19 ini. Dan Bapak Ibu, ketika perubahan organisasi telah terjadi dan dianggap dapat menyesuaikan dengan keadaan dan situasi ketidakjelasan lingkungan, peran pemimpin adaptif selanjutnya adalah menstabilkan dan menjaga keberlanjutan perubahan tersebut sesuai dengan perkembangan zaman. Monitoring dan evaluasi berkala terhadap program dan kegiatan yang direncanakan perlu dilakukan untuk memperoleh masukan guna mengambil keputusan-keputusan berikut. Adaptive leadership dalam model ini berlangsung secara sirkuler, terus-menerus. Ketika satu perubahan dikehendaki untuk diciptakan, maka perubahan ini harus dapat diinformasikan, dikomunikasikan, dan seorang pemimpin adaptif mampu menerima masukan, tidak anti kritik, dan kemudian memformalisasikan masukan kritik-kritik tersebut dalam sebuah formulasi kebijakan perubahan dan kemudian untuk diambil keputusan-keputusan. Ketika keputusan sudah diambil, maka kemudian keputusan ini harus dapat mengadaptasikan diri kemudian. Tidak kemudian keputusan ini menjadi sesuatu yang harga mati, tetapi melihat situasi dan kondisi berikutnya, maka keputusan ini dapat juga kemudian disesuaikan dengan kondisi keadaan yang saat itu terjadi. Kesimpulannya Bapak Ibu sekalian, kepemimpinan adaptif di era VUCA, bahwa era VUCA ini membuat organisasi yang ada mau tidak mau melakukan adaptasi terhadap perubahan yang terjadi. Kemampuan memprediksi apa yang terjadi dan risiko yang akan dihadapi merupakan salah satu ciri kemampuan pemimpin yang adaptif dalam menghadapi ketidakpastian. Kenyataan ini menuntut para pemimpin untuk melakukan penyesuaian, yang artinya perubahan dan sikap siap untuk belajar terus-menerus. Nilai atau pondasi dalam menghadapi tantangan mewujudkan pemulihan ekonomi adalah sumber daya manusia. Pemulihan ekonomi dan peningkatan hal-hal lain di dalam proses akselerasi pembangunan tentu menurut konsep ini sumber daya manusia memegang peranan penting. Kebijakan yang dihasilkan oleh pemimpin yang pembelajar akan mampu membawa budaya pembelajar ke dalam organisasi. Belajar dan terus belajar. Paling tidak kepemimpinan adaptif mampu dan tahu sesuatu yang penting dalam diri organisasi, kemudian mengubahnya menjadi sesuatu yang bernilai tawar. Mempunyai bargaining position. Berfokus tidak hanya pada keluaran, melainkan juga pada impact dan benefitnya apa. Para pemimpin tidak dapat berjalan sendiri, baik itu pemimpin lokal, regional, maupun pusat, pemimpin di dunia pendidikan tinggi pun juga pemimpin di bidang-bidang non-government. Para peran pemimpin tidak dapat berjalan sendiri, baik itu kemampuan merespon dan mengenali situasi saat ini serta potensi ancaman dan peluang di masa depan menjadi bahan pengambilan tindakan yang efektif dan adaptif di saat awal dan di masa yang pada sesi-sesi atau pada situasi-situasi berikutnya. Demikian Pak Joko yang saya sampaikan. Terima kasih. Singkat saja. Billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih, Prof. Sangat menarik sekali. Saya mau tanya satu saja, Prof. Nah, berhubungan dengan kepemimpinan adaptif ini. Sekarang ini kan sejak adanya Undang-Undang Ciptaker ini, para pemimpin ini kan nanti kalau diberlakukan Undang-Undang Cipnaker ini, uang pesangonnya berkurang daripada kalau mereka diterapkan dengan Undang-Undang Tenaga Kerja nomor 13 tahun 2003. Nah, apa yang harus dilakukan oleh peneliti adaptif ini? Sebab mereka ini banyak fenomena yang timbul di grup-grup human resource manager. Saya kalau memungkinkan, saya akan lebih bisa minta pensiun dini daripada pensiun nanti. Karena kalau pensiun nanti pesangon saya berkurang. Nah, ini fenomena yang ada dua sisi. Satu sisi sebagai human resource manager, khususnya para pimpinan, dan satu sisi haknya mereka akan berkurang dengan adanya undang-undang yang baru ini. Bagaimana, Prof, yang harus dilakukan oleh pemimpin adaptif ini?
Ya, saya kira mungkin sebelum kepada pemimpin adaptif ya, dikatakan tadi bahwa sesungguhnya peraturan atau keputusan-keputusan itu juga tidak melulu menjadi hak bagi pimpinan untuk mengambil keputusan, tetapi dia harus mendengar suara dari bawah, mendengar aspirasi dan kritikan dari bawah. Lahirnya Undang-Undang Ciptaker ini juga kemarin syarat dengan persoalan, ya. Beberapa pihak mengatakan bahwa undang-undang ini lahir dengan begitu agak tertutup. Nah, ini kemudian menjadi masalah. Tapi terlepas dari itu, undang-undang ini telah diundangkan. Nah, sekarang posisi seorang pimpinan yang adaptif tadi di dalam model kepemimpinan adaptif, seorang pemimpin meski Undang-Undang Ciptaker ini dari pihak pekerja kurang menguntungkan, tetapi di sini seorang pemimpin harus mampu mendengar dalam mengambil keputusan, tidak serta-merta kemudian berpegang pokok pada peraturan perundangan yang sudah diundangkan itu, jika dia menganggap bahwa sumber daya manusia itu menjadi amat sentral, amat penting, karena tadi tidak hanya mengandalkan kepada mesin, modal, dan peralatan, tetapi ketika seorang pemimpin kemudian dia mengabaikan aspek humanismenya, aspek kemanusiaannya, maka tentu ini akan sangat merugikan organisasi, baik itu swasta maupun organisasi di pemerintahan. Maka seorang pemimpin yang adaptif mampu membaca situasi dan kemudian dia bisa membuat satu formula di mana win-win solution yang harus dikedepankan. Pada satu sisi menerapkan Undang-Undang Cipta Kerja contohnya, tapi pada sisi yang lain dia harus mampu mendengar apa yang menjadi aspirasi, keluhan, yang menjadi kritik dan saran dari bawahan. Sekali lagi karena di sini aspek sumber daya manusia menjadi teramat penting dalam menghadapi situasi yang VUCA tadi. Saya kira gitu Pak Joko.
Ya, terima kasih Prof. Sangat menginspirasi sekali. Saya kira waktunya cukup Prof. So everybody please give applause to Prof. Ya, Mukernas.
Oke, terima kasih.
Nah, ini sertifikatnya Prof from the committee.
Oh iya, terima kasih Pak Joko. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So everybody, now let's continue with the next presenter from Prof. Dr. Abdul Jabbar Shah Ibrahim. Ya, nggak ada. So and then we skip because Prof. Dr. Ibrahim is not here, and then we continue with the Prof. Dr. Hussein Syam, the President of DPD Adri Sulawesi Selatan. Yeah. Are you with us, Prof. Abdul? Yeah, Prof. Abdul Rahmat, ya. So, Prof. Abdul Rahmat. Okay, so now the session will be given the opportunity to Prof. Dr. Abdul Rahmat, DPD Adri Gorontalo. Are you with us, Prof?
Ya,
Prof. Dr.
makasih,
Abdul
Prof.
Rahmat. How are you in Gorontalo?
Baik, makasih, Prof.
Okay, Prof. So you can now make presentation and your time is about 15 minutes. Thank you. Please.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Pak Presiden Adri yang saya hormati, beserta Sekjen, para guru besar, para panitia izinkan saya menyampaikan rasa hormat. Pada kesempatan siang ini saya diberi kesempatan untuk menyampaikan dalam konteks menyemarakan IC. Ini menjadi luar biasa bagi saya karena saya banyak belajar terus dengan para guru-guru kita, baik dari dalam negeri maupun dari luar negeri. Terima kasih Pak Prof. Joko, saya sudah dikasih waktu 15 menit menyampaikan. Saya mengambil tema tadi pagi, saya nyari tema, ya alhamdulillah ketemu, yaitu fast track langkah pintar menuju profesor. Mungkin tema ini kalau dipahami kayaknya kok terlalu tinggi, tapi sebenarnya saya ingin bersilaturahmi dengan Bapak Ibu sekalian, ingin menyampaikan sekecil pengalaman saya ketika saya berproses menuju profesor. Sehingga ini saya rasa membreakdown dari Pak Direktur tadi, Prof. Heri, saya pakai ini aja materinya. Mudah-mudahan 15 menit ini kita efektif. Jadi perkenalkan, saya Abdul Rahmat dari Universitas Negeri Gorontalo. Tadi sudah di-share fotonya, home base saya di Universitas Negeri Gorontalo. Memang kalau berbicara profesor itu, apalagi di Adri, itu menjadi pembicaraan sehari-hari, khususnya teman-teman yang mau dan sedang. Jadi hampir diskusi kita setiap saat, mau di tempat ngopi atau di kampus, selalu urusan jabatan fungsional ini menjadi menarik di teman-teman Adri ini. Saking menariknya, alhamdulillah kalau di Adri Gorontalo, tahun 2019 itu melahirkan dari proses dialektika itu ada 9 profesor. Tiga sudah dikukuhkan, sisanya belum dikukuhkan. Menunggu waiting list karena persoalan pandemik juga belum berakhir. Memang di tahun 2020 agak mengalami penurunan dengan berbagai faktor tentunya, tapi tidak berarti mengurangi obrolan tentang cita-cita besar dari teman-teman dosen untuk menjadi profesor. Walaupun pandemik, tetap ini menjadi seksi dan selalu menjadi obrolan kita di warung kopi, obrolan kita di kampus, bahkan yang paling heboh selalu itu adalah di grup-grup WhatsApp Adri. Kurang lebih banyak kita, kurang lebih 5 grup selalu heboh bagaimana kita menguatkan kapasitas diri untuk menuju sang profesor ini. Tentu secara peraturan Menteri Pendayagunaan Aparatur Negara, secara sederhana kita bisa membaca bahwa profesor itu hanya memiliki ijazah S3. Jadi kalau sekarang beda dengan dulu. 3 tahun setelah memperoleh ijazah doktor, memiliki karya ilmiah dan memiliki pengalaman kerja sebagai dosen paling singkat selama 10 tahun. Ini secara normatifnya. Memang ada beberapa nanti kita dikembangkan, peraturan-peraturan yang baru, sehingga ini menjadi catatan bersama. Dan kalau kita melihat secara nasional di Indonesia, memang profesor menjadi persen yang paling kecil dibanding dosen-dosen lain yang memiliki jabatan fungsional. Karena menjadi profesor tentu bukan hal yang sederhana, tetapi butuh kerja keras, butuh doa, dan tentunya butuh juga kemungkinan-kemungkinan. Kalau kita melihat dari regulasi yang berkembang dan yang terakhir sekarang POK 2019, itu memang kita sudah melewati beberapa regulasi yang tidak sederhana. Gonta-ganti regulasi sampai setiap ajuan kita mungkin berbeda. Zamannya Prof. Supli berbeda dengan zamannya saya, zamannya Prof. Supari berbeda dengan zamannya kami, mungkin zamannya kami besok juga lain-lain lagi. Nah ini menjadi menarik gitu. Dan ini salah satu kenapa kemudian profesor menjadi jabatan fungsional yang paling seksi bagi dosen. Tentu kita juga tidak bisa berdiri di atas menjadi profesor tanpa kita harus melewati beberapa tahapan. Nah, inilah yang sebenarnya digarap oleh Adri, yang rata-rata kami di Gorontalo, yang ada di daerah kota kecil, di kampung yang jauh dari kota besar, jauh dari Jakarta. Tapi kami juga belajar dari guru-guru dan teman-teman yang di kota besar. Jadi bagaimana membuat platform kader-kader Adri sehingga kita terlayani, mulai dari dosen yang punya jabatan fungsional asisten ahli, lektor, lektor kepala, sampai ke guru besar. Ada yang jalannya jalan biasa, menitik tahap-tahap, ada juga yang loncat, itu adalah pilihan dari dosen-dosen tersendiri. Jadi, di sini ada 3 kelompok pengusulan jabatan fungsional bagi dosen. Jadi ada yang reguler, ada yang loncat, ada yang naik golongan atau pangkat dalam jabatan yang sama. Nah, ini yang konversi yang baru itu ada yang disebut dengan karya ilmiah syarat khusus. Kalau kita melihat perbandingan penyempurnaan kaitan dengan PO-PAK yang lama 2014-2015 dan yang baru 2019 beserta suplemennya, tentu ada beberapa pergeseran bagi kita sebagai dosen. Kalau kita melihat rincian aktivitas kita sebagai dosen dalam tridharma perguruan tinggi, ini kita bisa lihat mana yang masuk ketika kita mengajukan capung, mana yang masuk di A, mana yang masuk di B, mana yang masuk di C. Yang masuk di A tentu ada beberapa catatan penting bagi kita. Di mana pendidikan yang diakui adalah berasal dari prodi atau institusi yang terakreditasi minimal D. Ini menjadi penting gitu. Karena saya menemukan beberapa teman ketika mengajukan itu. Bahkan menariknya dia prodinya itu belum terakreditasi. Atau prodinya terakreditasi B. Artinya apa? Berarti pelayanan Adri di sini bagaimana kita juga mendampingi prodi-prodi untuk meningkatkan nilai akreditasi ini. Yang berikut, ini bagian komponen Tridharma B, yaitu pelaksanaan pendidikan. Tren sekarang saya sangat bersyukur karena Adri memfasilitasi bagaimana kita membumikan konsep Merdeka Belajar, Kampus Merdeka, dan kita tahu banyak yang gabung di situ, dan ini menarik untuk kita kembangkan, karena kaitan dengan ajuan jabatan fungsional, ini juga sangat memperkaya dosen-dosen untuk mengepung bagaimana dia bisa mempercepat diri, bahkan memperloncat diri, meningkatkan jabatan fungsionalnya. Sini kita bisa melihat bagaimana di poin B ini adalah melaksanakan pendidikan. Dari mulai persoalan kuliah, dari mulai persoalan membimbing, sampai kepada kuliah kerja nyata, sampai kepada menguji, dan kegiatan-kegiatan mendampingi mahasiswa yang lainnya. Ini semuanya berafiliasi kepada penumpukan dokumen yang akan disiapkan untuk ajuan jabatan fungsional. Ini lebih seksi lagi bahwa bagian pelaksanaan penelitian, karena rata-rata untuk mempercepat ataupun memperlompat jabatan fungsional seorang dosen, itu nilai tingginya di sini. Karena ini yang membangun produk, ini yang membangun luaran-luaran. Dan ini yang membuat kita punya potensi, punya modal untuk cepat ataupun untuk lompat. Di mana kita harus mengenal atau kita harus menguasai kompetensi dan literasi perbukuan. Baik buku referensi, buku monograf, book chapter, itu semuanya sudah dikerjakan oleh Adri. Alhamdulillah. Teman-teman yang bergerak bersama, bersinergi di sini, itu sangat dibantu dengan adanya kolaborasi, perbukuan itu. Begitupun juga jurnal. Begitu hebatnya kita di Adri, banyak sekali jurnal. Dan kemarin ketika turun SK dari Kemenristek BRIN tentang SK terakreditasi, itu berapa banyak jurnal yang berafiliasi dengan Adri. Dan ini potensi tentunya. Saya sangat bersyukur. Begitupun juga proceeding. IC sampai kita ke titik 27, itu bukan titik yang sederhana. Gitu. Karya ilmiah populer ataupun laporan-laporan penelitian. Jadi tidak ada sebenarnya kader Adri yang lambat dalam ajuan jabatan fungsional. Karena medianya sudah ada. Begitupun juga pengabdian masyarakat. Hampir setiap detik kita itu Adri memediasi bagaimana membangun sebuah platform pengabdian kepada masyarakat bagi teman-teman dosen khususnya di perguruan tinggi. Unsur penunjang. Sekarang apa yang tidak ada kegiatan, kita tinggal lapor. Saya ingin jadi narasumber, saya ingin jadi reviewer, saya ingin jadi ini, jadi itu. Kita udah disiapkan oleh Adri. Dan itu alhamdulillah bermanfaat semua yang kita kerjakan untuk paling tidak untuk kepentingan kita sendiri. Bapak Ibu sekalian, tentu kita untuk jabatan fungsional itu juga tidak serta-merta kita serabutan, tapi harus di-range dengan benar. Dari mulai asisten ahli sampai jabatan fungsional, sehingga efektif. Kalau tadi dalam aturan itu 10 tahun itu efektif. Mungkin nggak jadi guru besar itu 10 tahun. Mungkin. Kenapa mungkin? Kalau kita efektifkan waktunya sampai di usia 10 tahun pegawai negeri itu. Sehingga di sini kita bisa melihat bagaimana posisi penulis dalam karya ilmiah sebagai syarat khusus sesuai kelompok usulan jabatan fungsional itu bisa melihat mana yang wajib, mana yang saran saja. Asisten ahli, kalau kita paling bawah dilihat itu adalah profesor, itu ada yang disarankan jurnal nasional, disarankan jurnal nasional terakreditasi, jurnal internasional, tapi yang lebih penting di situ adalah wajibnya itu adalah jurnal internasional bereputasi. Ini kita bisa lihat di sini, bagi yang loncat, asisten ahli ke lektor kepala itu wajibnya ada 2 buah. Tapi dari lektor ke profesor itu wajibnya itu minimal 4 buah. 50%-nya wajib berasal dari jurnal ilmiah bereputasi dengan impact factor sesuai rata-rata klaster bidang ilmu kita. Tadi Prof. Heri menyampaikan banyak yang rumpun ilmu engineering yang sudah maju ke depan. Kita bisa lihat untuk Scopus, Art dan Humanities itu 0,25. WOS 0,50. Ilmu sosial 0,40. 0,80. Sains 0,50. 1,00. Ini tentunya apa? Ternyata Bapak Ibu sekalian, persoalan publikasi di jurnal bukan berarti kita hanya submit dan publish saja. Kita juga harus memiliki literasi perjurnalan. Apa itu impact factor? Apa itu klaster bidang ilmu? Apa itu kriteria-kriteria jurnal? Apa itu indexing? Tentu ini penting kita elaborasi di dalam program-program Andi ke depan. Ini ada suplemen yang tidak ada di PAK 2014-2015 yang berkembang sekarang. Tentu yang pertama itu adalah tambahannya pernah mendapatkan hibah kompetitif, pernah membimbing, pernah menguji sekurang-kurangnya 3 mahasiswa doktor baik di perguruan tinggi sendiri maupun perguruan tinggi lain. Ini kalau ada kemitraan ini menarik gitu untuk saling bermitra, menguji di kampus A, di kampus B, dan yang terakhir adalah sebagai reviewer. Jadi sekurang-kurangnya pada 2 jurnal internasional bereputasi yang berbeda. Ini suplemennya Bapak Ibu sekalian. Nah, ini jangan lupa kalau kita melakukan hal itu, bukti-bukti harus dilampirkan. Surat penugasan, surat tugas keterangan telah menjalankan tugas, surat keterangan telah penunjukan dari editor sebagai reviewer, bukti proses review atau artikel yang sudah di, 3 atau artikel yang sudah diterbitkan, itu semuanya harus lengkap berdasarkan bukti-bukti. Jurnal ilmiah yang bereputasi itu syarat khusus harus setelah studi. Nah, ini yang menjadi catatan bagi kita Bapak Ibu. Jadi biasanya memang kalau lagi studi apalagi di luar negeri itu memudahkan kita untuk mempublis karya-karya kita. Tapi ketika diajukan itu tidak menjadi syarat khusus untuk diajukan sebagai jabatan fungsional. Begitupun juga dihitung sejak menjadi dosen atau CPNS, ASN atau dosen yayasan itu 10 tahun SK pertama. Itu juga menjadi penting catatan bagi kita. Kita juga harus ketika masuk sebuah karya ilmiah masuk di Scopus itu harus menjadi catatan, impact factor dan lain-lainnya. SJR-nya berapa, lebih besar daripada 0,10 atau kalau misalnya kita pakai clarified minimalnya 0,05. Ini juga harus kita hati-hati untuk memasukkan artikel kita. Yang menjadi pertanyaan bagi kita, apakah yang kalau tidak sesuai dengan yang tadi tetap dihitung? Tetap dihitung, tetapi yang menjadi persoalan adalah itu tidak termasuk di dalam syarat karya ilmiah khusus yang dipersyaratkan tadi. 5 hal yang sering menjadi alasan tidak disetujui dalam ajuan POK. Yang pertama, itu ada salah satunya adalah persoalan peer review. Yang kedua, kadang-kadang termasuk juga tim POK, termasuk juga itu adalah operator atau juga kita sendiri sebagai pengusul. Ini menjadi penting, Bapak Ibu sekalian, karena ketika misalnya kita membuat penilaian review internal saja, kadang-kadang kita sudah senang kalau kita ditandatangani. Tapi kita lupa, apakah beliau yang menandatangani itu mengisi enggak catatan-catatannya. Atau catatannya cuma begini, layak saja, bisa bisa digunakan. Nah, ini yang kadang-kadang lupa, kita sudah ada catatan, ada tanda tangan, sudah aman. Atau yang terakhir, ada 2 review, yang satu lengkap, yang satu hanya kurang lengkap. Ini juga menjadi persoalan, Bapak Ibu sekalian. Nah, ini adalah hal-hal yang barangkali sedikit pengalaman saya kepada Bapak Ibu sekalian yang disampaikan pada konferensi ini. Jadi semuanya memang untuk menuju satu titik yang disebut guru besar butuh ketelitian, butuh kesadaran, kesabaran, dan butuh kerja keras. Saya kira itu yang bisa saya sampaikan untuk presentasi ini, dan tentu ini ada sedikit lagi yang belum dibahas, itu kaitan dengan cek similarity. Ini juga penting karena cek similarity biasanya harus dilampirkan juga di karya-karya kita. Ini bagian dari yang standar sekarang itu menggunakan Turnitin. Jadi ini juga jangan cuma depannya saja, tapi harus dilampirkan semuanya. Dan terima kasih kepada Adri, terima kasih kepada Pak Joko. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih Prof. Sangat menarik sekali. Ya, semoga semuanya bisa jadi profesor. Tetapi
amin.
Syarat minimumnya kan 10 tahun, Prof.
Oke.
Nah, seperti saya dan teman-teman yang asalnya dari praktisi ini kan masa kerjanya masih sedikit, baru 3 tahun, berarti sulit tercapai itu ya. Terus yang kedua, Prof, saya menanyakan, sini kan banyak saya lihat di jurnal-jurnal Scopus, yang skupnya itu sebetulnya bukan ilmu sosial, tetapi banyak orang yang memasukkan ilmu sosial ke jurnal tersebut. Ada Q2, Q3 seperti itu. Tidak perlu saya sebut jurnalnya. Nah, apakah itu bisa dipakai nantinya kalau tidak sesuai dengan skupnya?
Ya, itu bisa dipakai, Pak. Jadi sebenarnya publikasi itu yang menjadi catatan reviewer memang yang paling memungkinkan itu harus sama. Multidisiplin ilmunya, skupnya itu harus sama. Itu 100% gitu. Tapi bukan berarti yang tidak sama juga itu tidak bisa dipakai. Hanya biasanya menjadi catatan bahwa yang tidak sesuai dengan skup itu biasanya menjadi tidak linier ataupun tidak bisa dijadikan sebagai karya ilmiah utama. Tapi tetap dihitung, Pak.
Oh, begitu. Tetap bisa, Prof, ya?
Tetap dihitung.
Ya, ya, terima kasih, Prof. Saya kira
Sama-sama.
cukup pertanyaan saya. So everybody, please give applause to Prof. Abdul Rahmat, please. Ah, ini Prof, sertifikatnya dari Komite Adri. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih.
Ya. Oke. So Ibu Elo, the next presenter, please. Okay, the next keynote speaker is Professor Dr. Umar, Vice President MAAG Malaysia Academic Association Council, Putrajaya, Malaysia. Are you with us, Prof? Oh, Dr. Umar, I can see you. Hello, Dr. Umar. So you are still muted. Please unmute, please. I cannot hear your voice.
Okay, boleh dengar?
Okay, Dr. Umar, I can hear you now. So, okay, please, you can make presentation and your time is about 30 minutes. Thank you.
My slide kat mana?
Your slide, yeah. Okay, you can present your slide.
Slide kat mana slide ni? Dokumen tadi je. Mana dokumen yang saya mau cari? I'm actually doing from my handphone now.
Oh, you're doing from your mobile phone.
Mobile phone, yes. I'm doing from my mobile. Just give me 1 minute.
Okay.
To find the slide. Anyway, I've also email my slide, so just in case I cannot find I cannot post my slide. Maybe you all can show the slide from there. Boleh tak? Sekejap, virtual background. Saya ada di slide tu dari apa dalam saya ada slide tu dalam
Have you sent your slide the committee email?
I did few days ago. Ada tak Prof Idrus ada hantar kah?
Okay, I will check to the committee.
Check and see if you have the slide.
Ada yang dikirim nggak email?
Prof Idrus.
Okay, we try to check.
Anyway, let me start.
To chat room.
Can you hear me lah? Can all of you hear me? Kalau tak jelas, then I might as well off my video.
I can hear you.
You can. Bisa dengar?
Yes, Prof, I can hear you.
Okay, you can hear me. Anyway, the slide, I've already emailed my slide a few days ago, just in case, because I cannot, I try sharing, but if I put a document, let me see, document on phone.
Omar, can you send
Yes.
your PPT or slide to the chat room so I can help you from here?
I did send, you know. Ada tak?
We will try to find an email, yeah, from Omar. Just wait for a moment.
From Prof Idrus, ada tak?
Yes, okay. Yes, just wait for a moment.
Do you have it?
Okay, wait a moment, Prof.
because I did send few days ago my slide. Saya sudah hantar beberapa hari sebelum ni. Ada jumpa? Tengok email dari Prof. Idrus.
Can you see the your presentation? Your presentation?
Boleh nampak tak slide saya?
Okay, already. Already we can see your slide.
Okay. Anyway, let us start. I'm sorry for the delay. Okay, just to quick introduction. My name is Dr. Umar Shaukat Ali. I'm actually a chemist by training. I did my first degree in applied chemistry and my PhD in synthetic organometallic chemistry from Adelaide. Okay. I'm going to talk about some issues and challenges. I think I have retired actually from being a full-time professor. I fully retired in 2019. After being in the university, I was in a public university for 38 years, about 37, 38, slightly above 38 years, you know. So today I'm going to talk a little bit about the present state of Malaysian universities, some issues and challenges. Bear with me because I'm one of the older generation. So I tend to be more of a fundamental person, and I was over the 38 years I was involved with academic staff association, both at the university level as well as at the national level for about 30 years. So I'm one of those old timers who involve myself with activities of academic staff associations, and unfortunately I'm one of those who are quite vocal, and I do speak up. I don't believe in playing safe or not rocking the boat. Okay, my views about university, I think with a lot of present challenges and all, I think we must not forget, we must not run away from the fundamental issues at hand. The fundamental principles are very important. So when we work in the university, if you look at the second slide, if you look at the second slide, we must understand that the university is an academic institution. It's an academic institution, and we are in the business. We are in the business of knowledge generation and knowledge dissemination. Can you want me to talk in Malay? Also can, you know. Please interrupt me if you do not understand anything. If we talk about knowledge generation, we talk about research. If we talk about knowledge dissemination, penyebaran ilmu, maka we also have to understand that knowledge dissemination does not occur just in the lecture halls or lecture rooms. You know, knowledge dissemination involves many things. You know, it involves supervision, it involves community engagement, it involves public lectures and so forth, how we disseminate the knowledge that we have. So if you look at the third slide, I don't know. If you look at the third slide, then we understand that the university is a place of communication and circulation of thought and knowledge. There are many issues that has arisen recently, recently because there's so much discussion that university must change with time. I'm not saying that university do not have to change, but bear in mind that the university must not run away from the fundamental principles, So if you look at the definition on slide number 5, if you look at the definition of the university, this is one of the few definition of a university, whereby I can we have slide number 5, please? I can't seem to. Okay, slide number 5. The university is actually the word university is defined as a merger of two words, unity and diversity. That is why sometimes what we are trying to do in the university, we try to standardize things, and this can create problem, because in the university we are very diverse in terms of our various disciplines. Science, engineering, science social, science kemanusiaan dan sebagainya. So we are very diverse in our discipline, but also remember that we are united. We are united in the quest of knowledge and truth. That is very important. That is very important. Jadi lately, kalau kita lihat, lately there has been issues to standardize things, to standardize promotion criteria kenaikan pangkat seorang profesor. Contoh, I'm giving examples in relation to Malaysia. Seorang profesor kena publish 5 journal papers in ISI or Scopus dan sebagainya. And I don't think this criteria is actually fair, because we differ by discipline. Ada bidang kamu boleh publish, mungkin dalam seminggu boleh dapat 1 journal paper. Ada bidang mungkin bekerja 3-4 tahun baru dapat 1 journal paper. Jadi isu-isu ni ialah isu yang kita kena tumpu, di mana kita sebenarnya ahli akademik ni, we are very diverse in our discipline, and every discipline is different. So this issue, many a times we come up with criteria which is nice on paper, but when it comes to implementation, it is very difficult. It's very difficult. We are not implementing it in the proper way. We are actually not being fair to people of other discipline. People of other discipline. So kalau let's go to the next slide number 6. If you look at the present changing landscape of higher education, in Malaysia, prior to 1996, 1996, semua universiti adalah universiti awam. Tetapi sejak 1996 mula diwujudkan universiti swasta, universiti private, dan juga sekarang ni banyak di universiti menjalankan tugas mereka rasa they believe that university should prepare our graduates for careers in industry. And then there's a lot of changing economic factors, cross-disciplinary deep learning, flexible and more entrepreneurial, automation, digitization, and also jobs of the future. But with all this changing landscape, if the university actually run away from its fundamental roles, I think this is where that we will end up having major problem. So in of course, as an academic, we must realize that the role of the university lecturer is very much different from, say, a high school teacher. A high school teacher. So if we go to the next slide, slide 7, we will realize that, you know, academics have very much fundamental role. I do not believe that boleh pergi ke slide nombor 7. I do not believe that our role as academics is to give our student knowledge. I don't feel that our role is to give our student knowledge, because our role is more than that. You know, if our student need knowledge, then I don't think they need lecturers. They need lecturers, because in today's environment, students can get knowledge from textbook, from journals, from internet. They can also go to, unfortunately, when they go to internet, they don't really get knowledge, but they actually get more information rather than knowledge. So our role as an academic is actually more of to train our student, to train our student to actually think, to put together facts, patterns, and principles they see around them, and they come up with conclusion that is doable, that does not contradict the laws of science or the laws of nature. So we need to stimulate our students so that they are very thinking students. You know, can I have slide number 8, please? That our student success depends a lot on them to be thinking, to be logical, their performance at work, and also they are able to solve problems and also organize things. So the issue at hand today is we tend to forget about the fundamentals. So this is the major problem. Please interrupt me if you want to mencelah ke, you know, boleh. Jadi,
not mencela, Prof, but your time is just 5 minutes.
5 minutes. I thought I have half an hour.
Okay.
I see on my clock I have another 10 minutes. Okay, doesn't matter.
Okay,
you know, whatever it is, my feeling about things is we must not run away from the fundamentals, principles with regard to higher education. So if we can stick in higher education, we stick to the principles, we cannot go wrong. The problem today is there's a lot of talk about quantity. There's a lot of talk about quantity. They talk about impact factor. They talk about H index. They talk about, you know, but the problem is people are talking about quantity and they don't even understand what these measurement tools are all about. You know, there's very little understanding about what the measurement tools are about. People talk about impact factor. So impact factor is actually an issue of trying to quantify quality. All it means that sometimes is there is a certain measurement of quality of the journal. Doesn't mean our paper that's published in that journal is of quality. So you must, you see, in academia, the fundamental roles of academic are basically two. One is to read, two is to write. You know, so you got to read and write. The problem today is academics do not read, neither do they write. And reading is very, very important in many culture. In Islam, reading is so important that the first ayat Allah Subhanahu wa Taala sent to the world is read, ikra. You know, so we have to read, and write is also important. I'm not specifically sure, but I think the third or fourth ayat is kalam, meaning write. So these are issues, and we must not run away from the fundamentals, reading and writing. If you look at slide number 31, some issues, slide number 31, some issues that are important, that recent issues that have been cropped up in academia, which people are focusing on, is this issue of KPI. Slide number 31, 331. I've put some of these issues together. 31, slide 31. Some of the issues are, one is KPI. KPI has become like a religion, you know. It's like become like a religion. Everybody is working in their own silos, talking about the performance indicators. And I think it's also unfair to apply corporate standards to the university. I remember when this issue of corporatization of universities in Malaysia was raised sometime in about 1995. In 1995, and during that time, the government would like to corporatize universities. At that time, the late Professor Syed Hussein Alatas, you know, very prominent arwah, was a very prominent thinker. He said that if we want to be efficient, then we shouldn't not follow the corporate culture. Maybe we should follow the mafia, the underworld. They are more efficient than the corporate world. These are issues we have to look into, and also these issues of rewards and awards. Too many times universities have gone to actually stoop so low to go for these shows, you know, to get gold medals and all in certain shows which actually have no value, no academic value. And this issue of supervision, many academic staff today are supervising too many students, up to the point they are not supervising efficiently and effectively. Their students are not getting good supervision. And I'm surprised, sometimes I see a 40-year-old, umur 40 tahun, sudah graduatekan 50 PhD, you know, whereby kalau kita tengok prominent academics throughout the world, my own supervisor, Professor Michael Bruce dari Adelaide University, boleh dianggap sebagai ahli kimia yang nombor 1, ahli kimia tak organik, yang nombor 1 di Australia, mungkin nombor 50-60 dalam dunia. Tapi beliau hanya dalam lebih kurang 45 tahun dia punya hayat akademik dia daripada tahun 67 sehingga tahun 2012, beliau hanya keluarkan lebih kurang 20 student PhD dan lebih daripada separuh pelajar beliau, bekas pelajar beliau adalah profesor kimia di seluruh dunia. Dan supervisor kepada Michael Bruce, nama dia Gordon Stone. Semasa beliau masih hidup, beliau dianggap sebagai ahli kimia yang tersohor dalam dunia, yang nombor satu dalam dunia kimia tak organik. Dan beliau PhD-nya tahun 51, beliau meninggal dunia pada tahun 2011. Jadi hayat akademik beliau 60 tahun, 6 bulan sebelum meninggal dunia pada umur 88, beliau masih menyelia pelajar di dalam makmal dalam kereta rodanya, dalam wheelchair. Jadi dan beliau hanya keluarkan lebih kurang 70 PhD dalam 60 tahun. Tapi kadang-kadang sekarang kita lihat ada ahli akademik yang umur baru 40 sudah graduatekan. Ada juga ahli akademik di sebuah universiti di awam di Malaysia supervise 50 student PhD at one time. Jadi these issues of corporate university, there's issue di mana scholarly research is being compromised, and also this aggressive expansion of online higher education. Saya faham tentang online higher education. Saya selama 30 tahun berkhidmat di pusat pengajian jarak jauh. Kamilah pioneer yang nombor 2 tertua di dunia dalam online education. Dan there are actually restrictions. There are issues of restrictions which many people don't realize, and they are going into it without realizing the thing at hand. Jadi akhirnya, I think before I finish off my presentation, I think what they are doing at the moment in terms of trying to transform universities, unfortunately, many standards which are not relevant to certain disciplines. Some issues like outcome-based education, streamlining of things, standardization of KPIs, standardization of promotion criteria and so forth are relevant to certain technical discipline but are not relevant to the social sciences, humanities, and so forth. So slowly the universities are being transformed into streamlined and efficient vocational training. The university, unfortunately, is not a vocational institute. The university is a place where we train our students to think, to put together facts, patterns, and principles, so that they as academics, we are supposed to trigger their interest to want to know more, and they have the fundamental knowledge, and this fundamental knowledge can apply to wherever you work, wherever you work. Whatever new technology come in, the fundamentals are still the same. So these are issues, I think, which needs to be addressed, and I think you all can read my slides, my slide, and we must never run away from the fundamentals. And I think many universities, we should also one of the reference in my presentation, if you look at slide number 41, slide number 41, if you look at slide number 41, one of the reference number 8, I refer to the book by Benjamin Ginsberg. In this book, the fall of the faculty, the rise of the all administrative university and why it matters, I think is good for academic staff to read this book and understand that it is actually, the higher education is actually being diluted. There's dilution of higher education, and higher education is being ruled by the administration, up to the point Ginsberg in his book, if you look at Ginsberg and his book, he has come up with with certain statistic data. So I've given these statistics in slide 33 to slide 36, and we can see from this data, from Ginsberg data and also from my own research. I've done look at one particular public university in Malaysia. We shall see that the increase in number of academic staff is actually very minimal in terms of if we compare to increase of number of students, but the increase in administrative staff, administration staff, and also increase in support staff, and also this is reflected in the increase in university spending, whereby overall university spending increased between 1948 to 1995 in the United States of America of 148%. So, but in this increase is only reflected that instructional spending increased very little, about 128%. Administrative spending increased by 235%. So I would like to finish off my presentation. If you have, I'm sorry if I've taken a bit of your extra of your time. If you have any questions, I'm available to address some of your issues. Thank you very much for hearing me out, and I hope I would like to thank the organizers, Adri, for inviting me to present. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Dr. Omar. Very nice, interesting. I only have one question.
Yes.
So actually, the most challenges for the university, how to fill the gap between the industrial need and the university. What do you think of this? What is your solution?
Okay, we must understand. In fact, I have written about this. I've written a paper whether university should be meet the needs of industry or the needs of society. Should we be in industrial driven or society driven? Okay, so we must always understand that a university is very comprehensive. We in the university, actually, we do not serve industry. We serve the whole community. Kita sebenarnya berkhidmat untuk seluruh masyarakat, semua bidang ilmu. Kalau kita kata industri, mana ada industri untuk kata classical Malay literature? Adakah industri? Tak ada kan? Tapi kalau kita mengajar bidang-bidang technical, sains dan sebagainya, of course. But then we must always remember that we do not prepare our graduates to be industrial ready. Industrial ready, 100%. But we give them the fundamental knowledge. Ilmu-ilmu fundamental, asas. Yang mana industri juga mereka pergi, mereka boleh berfungsi. Industry also have to play a role. We cannot produce graduate that is 100% industrial ready. Our graduates might be 90%, 80% industrial ready. Industry also have a role to play. You know, so kalau kita nak kejar industry, I think we are at a loss. That's my response.
Okay, thank you for very interesting. So you can write down the title of your book in the chat room, perhaps. Okay, everybody, I think it's enough, Prof. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, very inspiring for me and also for the other participants. Okay, this is your certificate.
Thank you very much.
Okay, again and again, thank you so much for your participation, Prof. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
So now everybody, now we come for the break, for the lunch break and also pray break. So about 30 minutes, and then we will come back again at 1:30. Okay, yeah. Okay, thank you. We break now until 1:30.
Okay. Thank you, Pak Dr. We will have a break until 1:30. 1:15.
Here you are. Hey, Australian.
RM Mahrus Ali dari Unira Malang, serta Ibu Ivit Novitasari. Bapak Mahrus, RM Mahrus. Semua. Mbak Ivit, Bu Ivit, apa enggak tolong Mbak? Iya, iya. Karena pulang duluan katanya. Agak ke kiri, kurang ke kiri, nah. Powernya keren. Cekrek. Oke, terima kasih. Selanjutnya. Ya. Sertifikat diberikan ketum kepada Ibu Dr. Ivit Novitasari dari Unisma Malang. Terima kasih Ketum atas waktunya. Sudah, karena beliau mau pulang duluan, nanti yang lainnya. Oh, semuanya? Oh, mohon maaf, saya kira. Loh, lanjut. Ngapunten. Ya. Iya. Selanjutnya, sertifikat diberikan kepada Bapak Dr. Muhammad Iksan Setiawan dari Narotama, Surabaya. Tuan rumah. Ya. Aku. Oke, selanjutnya kepada Ibu Dr. Endang Nur Hartati, WR4 dari Wijaya Kusuma. Terima kasih, Bu. Selanjutnya, sertifikat diberikan kepada Ibu Dr. Nuning Nurna Dewi, BR4 dari Umaha. Loh. Selanjutnya, sertifikat diberikan kepada Ibu Insinyur Nurmawati MF Barek 2 dari Universitas 45 Surabaya. Dari Darul Ulum Jombang ya, Darul Ulum. Oke, Selanjutnya, sertifikat diberikan kepada Bapak Dr. Insinyur Haji Muklasin SE MSI, beliau dari Universitas Darul Ulum Jombang. Tati. Beliau. Oh, dilepas. Selanjutnya kepada Bapak Dr. Insinyur Haji Khalil Hasim MSI IPM dari Darul Ulum Jombang, Jombang Jawa Timur. Sabar ya. Ada deh. Jangan pulang dulu. Pak Suyono Sedahar ya. Selanjutnya sertifikat diberikan kepada Ibu Aina Amalia FN dari Nganjuk. Selanjutnya kepada Ibu Elok Damayanti SEMM dari Narotama. MC yang oke banget. Oke pakai banget. Oke. Selanjutnya kepada Ibu Ani Wulandari SSMM dari Narotama. Oh, lagi telepon. Oke. Selanjutnya kepada Bapak Ahmad Mukayan Eskom MM dari Narotama Surabaya. Pak Mukayan? Enggak, tadi beliaunya ada semua di sini. Makanya dilewati. Lagi booking. Selanjutnya kepada Ibu Lila Puji Lestari SPD MSI PhD dari Umaha, Direktur Pengabdian. Thank you. Direktur Pengabdian. Tak ini iki sapa meneh sing ngono. Veronica Kerja. Selanjutnya kepada Ibu Lucy, kepada Ibu Dr. Lucy Tuni Mihar Lisiani MPD dari Untas Wijaya Kusuma Surabaya. Saya mau di. Sebentar Pak. Sebentar Prof. Selanjutnya kepada Bapak Suyono PSD dari Universitas Narotama Surabaya. Moderator yang oke banget. Pak Joko Suyono. Bu, aku teluun baru. Ya, ayo. Nih, ayo. Ini.
Selanjutnya kami panggil calon Dr. Veronica SEMM menerima penghargaan. Sebentar, belum dibuka itu. Selanjutnya yang baru datang, Bu Yeni. Ini dipegang. Nah.
Sebentar. Ibu Yeni dari Universitas Merdeka Surabaya. Sorry. Ya. Sampun Prof, matur suwun untuk waktunya. Nggih. Gak ono. Oh, kan pada ngerokok semuanya tuh. Iya, wis Bapak Dr. Agus Budianto. Pak Agus Budianto. Kalau itu Pak Agus Sukojo. Gak ono iki wis. Panitiane lho malah gak ono jenenge iku Pak Barek iki lho Pak Barek, Pak Agus Sukojo iki. Pak Agus Sukojo. Pandi. Yang di sini ada beliaunya tapi beliaunya masih merokok. Pak Hari, Pak Marus, Pak Mbak Ani masih keluar. Oh, gue sudah tak kasih lo duluan. Yang mau pulang tak kasihkan duluan. Mau pulang mau mana kan? Pak Rektor ya, Pak Rektor ya. Sing nang kene gak ono baris karo Pak Harus. Belum pulang. Panitia. Prof, bosnya belum pulang. Ketum ada lagi ketum. Ketum minta tolong diberikan lagi penghargaan sertifikat komite untuk Bapak Mahrus Ali STP MAGR dari Universitas Merdeka Surabaya. Foto-foto. Loh, sing tukang fotone gak ono. Tukang fotone gak ono.